everyone can listen to my voice from here. Can any of you give me a response, please? I just want to check whether or not we can listen to your voice from here. Okay, thank you for giving me the response. And can anyone of the online participants say hi? We just want to check whether or not we can listen to your voice from online to offline here. Can any of you please say hi from Zoom? Mbak Anissa, are you at Zoom? Can you say something? We would like to check the voice, whether or not we can listen to your voice. Pak Iwan, are you there? Pak Iwan, are you there? Ada siapa Mbak Usa di situ? Ada dosen nggak di situ? Aduh, susah ngeliat nih, nggak ada. Mahasiswa. Aku soalnya nggak. Okay. Can any of you from Zoom say hi to me here? We would like to check whether or not we can listen to your voice. Anyone, please? David, can you say something? We just want to check the speaker from here. Okay, it sounds like we don't.
There is a very bad echo on your end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Woo, 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 woo. You are welcome. Mum.
Yeah. Thank you for giving us the response.
And I fixed my name. My name is now correct. I changed it myself.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Thank you.
No worries. It is okay.
Okay, so David, welcome to International Conference. You make me happy this morning, yeah, from your side. Thank you for being available, and we are all here. We are about to start, so please wait.
Yeah, sure. Where's my friend Suchi?
Oh, where is Busuchi? Oh, she is still picking up another speaker. She's on the way.
soon, Dr. Suchi. Coming soon.
Yeah, you're right. Soon, like this semester.
Yes. I'm so proud of her. So proud.
I think there is another presenter, Bu Sirli.
Hello.
Hello, Bu Sirli.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. What about you?
Okay, I'm great here. Sorry, cannot be there. So, hopefully next time, yeah?
Hopefully. Thank you, Bu Sirli, for being available for us. So Bu Sirli is in Malang right now, right?
Now in my study program, so there is a kind of accreditation. So, it's possible for me to go anywhere.
We understand that. It is okay. No worries, Ibu. Welcome to International Conference, Ibu. Thank you for being available. We are here together with the rector of IAIN KEDIRI and also other speakers here. We are about to begin. Thank you.
Peace Corps. Welcome to English Department of EIN KEDIRI. English Department has a great vision One of the steps to achieve the vision is providing some activities for English department students. By doing some useful activities, it is expected to improve the students' performance, knowledge, and experience. There are some activities. Welcome freshmen. This activity is intended for freshmen. It aims to introduce the students about English department, make some new friends, gain new knowledge and experience before start studying in the first year. English Day. English department has an annual event called English Day. On that days, it will be some competitions and activities. The competitions are buzzer, debate, storytelling, speech, news anchor, and performance. The gift for the winners will be awarded in the end of English Day. Peace Corps. The IAIN KEDIRI cooperates with Peace Corps. Some Americans will stay in KEDIRI, Indonesia, and some selected English department students will guide them in opening ceremony. They should introduce them about IAIN KEDIRI by surrounding the building of IAIN KEDIRI. They also have a responsibility to explain the American about some places in IAIN KEDIRI and the culture. From this activity, the students can improve their English skill, especially speaking skill. This is a good opportunity for them because they can also share many things with foreigners. Planting. Some students are asked to bring plants and take care of. Besides making the environment looks beautiful, it can also make the students learn how to care the plant well. Reading in student-centered learning. English department has its own library called SLC or Student-Centered Learning. It provides some books for English students. With a comfortable room, the students can read some books peacefully. They can also do their assignment by using provided computers. English students have a SLC card to borrow a book from SLC. English outing in Yogyakarta. Another annual event is English outing in Yogyakarta. It is intended to train students to talk with foreigners. The students should find foreigners and make some conversation with them. They record the activity and submit it as the final project of English outing. A great activity in the classroom. English students do some activities in the classroom. There are discussion, presentation, games, and quiz that can encourage them to learn more. Discussion. English department students will discuss some group talks outside the classroom. Those are some activities of English department students. We are waiting for you to join us. Welcome to English Department of EIN KEDIRI. English Department has a great vision. One of the steps to achieve the vision is providing some activities for English Department students. By doing some useful activities, it is expected to improve the students' performance, knowledge, and experience. There are some activities. Welcome freshmen. This activity is intended for freshmen. It aims to introduce the students about English department, make some new friends, gain new knowledge and experience before start studying in the first year. English Day. English department has an annual event called English Day. On that days, it will be some competitions and activities. The competitions are buzzer, debate, storytelling, speech, news anchor, and performance. The gift for the winners will be awarded in the end of English Day. Peace Corps. The IAIN KEDIRI cooperates with Peace Corps. Some Americans will stay in KEDIRI, Indonesia, and some selected English department students will guide them in opening ceremony. They should introduce them about IAIN KEDIRI by surrounding the building of IAIN KEDIRI. They also have a responsibility to explain the American about some places in IAIN KEDIRI and the culture. From this activity, the students can improve their English skill, especially speaking skill. This is a good opportunity for them because they can also share many things with foreigners. Planting. Some students are asked to bring plants and take care of. Besides making the environment looks beautiful, it can also make the students learn how to care the plant well. Reading in student-centered learning. English department has its own library called SLC or Student-Centered Learning. It provides some books for English students. With a comfortable room, the students can read some books peacefully. They can also do their assignment by using provided computers. English students have a SLC card to borrow a book from SLC. English outing in Yogyakarta. Another annual event is English outing in Yogyakarta. It is intended to train students to talk with foreigners. The students should find foreigners and make some conversation with them. They record the activity and submit it as the final project of English outing. A great activity in the classroom. English students do some activities in the classroom. There are discussion, presentation, games, and quiz that can encourage them to learn more. Discussion. English department students will discuss some group talks outside the classroom. Those are some activities of English department students. We are waiting for you to join us.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillahilladzi hadana lihada wa ma kunna linahtadiya laula an hadana Allah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah la syarikalah wa anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluh la nabiyya ba'dah. Excellency, Rector of IAIN Kediri, Dr. Wahidul Anam, Magister of Religion. Speakers of Conference, Meredith Box, University of Canberra. David D. Perodin, Mahidol University, Thailand. Nur Afifi, Master of Applied Linguistics, PhD from IAIN Kediri, alumna of Macquarie University, Australia.
Dr. Eva Emaliana, Magister of Education, Brawijaya University of Malang. Dr. Muzaki Afifuddin, Magister of Education, State Islamic University of Malang. Dr. Silri Rizky Kusumaningrum, Magister of Education, State University of Malang. Professor Dr. Hajah Munifah, Magister of Education, Dean of Faculty of Education. All presenters and participants, both offline and online around Indonesia and abroad. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first International Conference on ELT 2022, English Department, Faculty of Education, State Islamic Institute of Kediri, Indonesia. It is beautiful morning. Let us be grateful to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving us an opportunity to attend this event. Ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you the agenda of the event today. The first agenda is opening.
The second agenda is singing national anthem.
The third agenda is reciting Holy Quran.
The fourth agenda is opening remark speech.
And the last agenda is closing. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Let's open our agenda today. Hopefully this event runs well. Amin.
Singing national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please all rise. Please be seated.
The third agenda is reciting Holy Quran by a student of English department. To Liza Diana Manzil, you have the time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wa ila madyana akhahum syu'aiba. Qala ya qaumi a'budullaha ma lakum min ilahin ghairuh. Qad ja'at وَتَصُدُّونَ عَن سَبِيلِ اللَّهِ مَنْ آمَنَ بِهِ وَتَبْغُونَهَا عِوَجًا واذكروا إذ المفسدين وانظروا كيف كان عاقبة المفسدين صدق الله العظيم ثم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
The next agenda is speech by a Dean of Faculty of Education to Professor Dr. Haja Munifa, Magister of Education. You have the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Assalatu wassalamu ala asrofil mursalin sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Excellency Rector of IAIN KEDIRI, Dr. Wahidul Anam, Master of Religion. Speakers of conference, Meredith Box, University of Canberra, David Diporodin, Mahido University, Thailand, Nur Afifi, Master of Applied Linguistics PhD from IAIN KEDIRI, alumna of Macquarie University, Australia, Dr. Ive Emaliana, Master of Education, Brawijaya University of Malang, Dr. Muzaki Afifuddin, Master of Education, State Islamic University of Malang, Dr. Shirley Rizky Kusumaningrum, Master of Education, State University of Malang. All presenters and participants of conference, welcome to International Conference on ELT 2022. English Department, Faculty of Education, State Islamic Institute of KEDIRI, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we warmly appreciate your great participation in this event. The presenters and participants come from different various universities around. Today's conference has about 130 presenters participating from more than 15 university. We have experts from across the country, Australia and Indonesia, who will be staying with us, sharing their knowledge and opinions with the rest of us. We agree that this event is such an important event to upgrade our knowledge and share valuable insights from this expert. We thank you to these speakers today for being available. During the conference, a variety of activities will take place to ensure what and changing of academic research, as well as reflection on policy and practice such as keynote presentation, paper presentation of research, and session of question and answer to strengthen the knowledge. Finally, on behalf of this Faculty of Tarbiyah of IAIN KEDIRI, thank you for very much to your participant. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. The next agenda is opening remark speech by the Rector of IAIN KEDIRI to Dr. Wahidul Anam, Magister of Religion. You have the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wa bihi nasta'inu ala umuri dunya waddin. Assalatu wassalamu ala sayyidil mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa dzurriyyati asmin amma ba'du. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me as a rector of IAIN KEDIRI to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to International Conference on English Language Education 2022 conducted by Faculty of Tarbiyah English Study Program. By first praying our grateful and praise to the Almighty God for all of His blessings, grace, and mercies to the have made use possible to be here. We also like to express our thanks to all presenters who have been selected and participate to the present the paper in this conference. Congratulations and welcome to campus of State Islamic Institute IAIN KEDIRI, Indonesia. We are very pleased to host this conference in IAIN KEDIRI. It's my pleasure to walk you through to the conference, introduce you to the speakers as the expert in their fields, and also participants and delegates that have come from all over the country today to share their knowledge. The theme of this conference is language in English language teaching in global education. The world today is facing many challenges, especially in education area, assessment, media, strategy in teaching English and else. We must address to sustainability scopes to deliver improvements in efficiency and resource productivity in education by working together with public and private sector, non-governmental and intergovernmental organization, scientists, researchers, or of course teachers as the key people to go to and study as well. We are all responsible to build a better education for society through the application of good knowledge. As a rector in KEDIRI, Heritage, I would like to encourage all of us to take over and participate in accordance with our responsibilities as educator to find and analyze the challenge as well as the solution to make education better. Finally, I officially open this international conference on ELT Global Education today. Congratulations. I wish everyone successful and fruitful conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
The last agenda is closing. The prayer will be led by Dr. Fatur Rashid, Magister of Education. You have the time.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ridho ilahi wa li syafaati Rasulillah wa li qada'i hajatina wa hajatikum min hawaijid dunya wal akhirah bi asraril Fatihah. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala sayyidina Muhammad fil awwalin wal akhirin wa sallim wa radhiyallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala kulli sahabati Rasulillah ajma'in walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. حمدا شاكرين حمدا ناعمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك وعظيم سلطانك اللهم إني أسألك بحق الفاتحة المعظمة والسبع المثاني أن تفتح لنا بكل خير وأن تفضل لنا بكل خير وأن تجعلنا من أهل الخير وأن تعاملنا معاملتك لأهل الخير وأن تحفظنا في أدياننا وأنفسنا وأولادنا وأهلنا وأصحابنا وأحبابنا من كل محنة وفتنة وبؤس وضير إنك كل خير ومتفضل بكل خير يا أرحم الراحمين ربنا سهل أمورنا وحصل مقاصدنا وبلغنا إليك يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم ربنا سهل أمورنا وحصل مقاصدنا وبلغنا إليك يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم ربنا سهل أمورنا وحصل مقاصدنا وبلغنا إليك يا الله يا رحمن يا رحيم ربنا اجعلنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا بكم مقسوما ولا تجعل فينا شقيا ورحمة يا أرحم الراحمين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وبارك وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين بأسرار الفاتحة. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
That is all the opening ceremony of International Conference on ELT 2022. On behalf of IAIN KEDIRI, we appreciate and thank you in advance for your great participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you for the plenary session led by the moderator. To Miss Aini, you have the floor.
We would like to invite the Rector of IAIN KEDIRI, Dr. Wahidul Anam, Magister of Religion, and the Dean of Faculty of Education, Professor Dr. Haja Munifah, Magister of Education, to photo session.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I just want to check, can the online participants listen to me and hear my voice? Okay, thank you for giving me the response. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to plenary session of International Conference on ELT 2022. Welcome to IAIN KEDIRI. Excellency speakers of our conference today, Meredith Box from the University of Canberra, Australia, and David D. Paradin Maidol, University of Thailand, Nur Afifi, Master of Applied Linguistics, Doctor of Philosophy from IAIN KEDIRI, as an alumna of Macquarie University of Australia, and Dr. Eva Emaliana, Magister of Education from Brawijaya University of Malang, Dr. Muzaki Afifuddin, Magister of Education from State Islamic University of Malang, and Dr. Shirley Rizky Kusumaningrum, Magister of Education from State University of Malang. So all presenters and participants, both offline and online, around Indonesia, and welcome to our session today. We warmly would like to appreciate your attendance in this event today. And allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aini, as a moderator of this event today. So before we begin, I would like to inform you for the participants, if you have questions here for offline participants, you can ask question directly to the presenter right after the presenters are done presentation. And then for online participants, if you have question, please directly write in the chat box. So in the end of the session, I will read the question. So let's get started. The first presenter is David D. Paradin. Hello, David.
Hello.
How are you today?
I am absolutely wonderful now that Suchi is here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being available.
At the end of the session, I will read the question.
Okay.
Okay.
So let me read the biography of our first speaker. Mr. David D. Peridin is the English language specialist with the Institute for Population and Social Research from Mahidol University in Bangkok, Thailand. He is also the journal manager and copy editor for the top key to Scopus Index Journal of Population and Social Studies with the same institute. In addition to being the recipient of several prestigious international teaching awards for his contributions to global education, he has acquired exemplary teaching qualification and certifications along with a bachelor in secondary education with honors and a Master of Arts in Teaching with honors, both with concentrations in English. He is currently a doctoral candidate pursuing a PhD in Applied Linguistics for English language teaching at King Mongkut's University of Technology, Thonburi, Thailand. And also for your information that David is also a reviewer of journal in IAIN KEDIRI, it's JILS, Journal of English Linguistics and Education Studies. So David, I would like to welcome you and invite you for your first presentation. You have the time. Give applause.
Okay, thank you. And I have my timer, so you can relax. I see I am given 30 minutes, so I'm going to try to keep it to less than that. Oh, I hear some feedback.
This presentation. You have the time.
Okay, thank you. And I'm hearing a lot of feedback. So you can relax. Given 30 minutes. I muted my microphone, so it's not on my end. Okay. Is this better? Is this better? Is this of English. Are the, well, you can call it the quality of the performance, but I like to focus on the ability of the language learners. And personally, when I assess, I really try to help my learners identify their strengths first. Now, if you notice, I put strengths first. I interview teachers quite a bit. And when I interview teachers, the teachers tell me that they are looking for problems. When they assess, they want to find the weaknesses of the students. Well, let me tell you something right now. I speak Thai reasonably well. And when I go to Indonesia, I try my hardest to speak Bahasa Indonesia. And I speak Indonesian, or Bahasa Indonesian, sorry. Oh, I can hear a little echo. So when I try to speak Bahasa Indonesian, I sound like an American speaking Indonesian. And it's funny because, you know, when I speak, Indonesians are so sweet. They understand that Bahasa Indonesia is not my first language. So when they assess my ability, to use Bahasa Indonesian, they take into consideration my background and my exposure to the language. And they focus on my strengths. My friends in Indonesia, they say, oh, wow, you say this very well. You say this very well. Well, what about this? Now, as teachers, if we can focus on the strengths first and then the weaknesses, our students would have more appreciation for learning English. So point number one, you should help your students. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm still hearing a very bad echo. So you should help your students to make their strengths even stronger and their weaknesses make them better. But focus on the strengths first, okay? Help them improve, help them increase proficiency by focusing on the strengths. Trust me, when I speak Thai, when a Thai teacher says, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong, or when I try to write and I get back a paper that's full of red marks, guess what? I don't want to do this anymore. You broke me. What I tend to do is I focus on the strengths way more than I focus on weaknesses. Oh, but David, the students need to learn. Yes, they do learn, but they learn so much better when the assessment takes into consideration the students, their feelings, their background. Now, when I ask my students, okay, who would like to speak first? Who would like to be assessed first? Who would like to be assessed in front of the class? I never see hands. Oh, they never raise their hands because no one wants to be put on the spot. Because now I am using Thailand as my frame of reference in what I'm about to say, okay? Just recently, actually last week, my colleagues and I, we published a study in a Q2 Scopus journal focusing on foreign language anxiety, FLA, foreign language anxiety. And we found that students are so badly bullied in Thailand by their Thai teachers who teach English and by their classmates that in their minds, they equate making a mistake with being stupid. So if all their lives their teachers have focused on what is negative, on what they do wrong, and never or very seldom on what they do right, they become adults who are afraid to use English because they think that they're stupid. In my classes, after I help break all that nasty, stereotypical thinking that they have, after I break that down and I encourage my students, within a month, my students are ready to be assessed. because they know being assessed is looking at their strengths and secondly, looking at their weaknesses. Now, I do formative assessments. Yes, I do. Formative assessments. I have to. I have to do some sort of formative assessment, some sort of diagnostic assessment to see where my students are. Oh, I hear an echo of my voice. So if that is annoying anyone, I apologize. It's not me. So now I do formative assessments and I do diagnostic assessments and progressive assessments. Okay. Now a diagnostic assessment is very, very easy. You're trying to diagnose. You're trying to find where the strengths and the weaknesses of your students lie and how to design, not how to accommodate your students, how to use the current course content you have and how to make that course content work for your students. So I actually use this because this example applies to me quite a bit. Not only am I a lecturer at, okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to brag a little bit. I am a lecturer at the #1 university in Thailand. Mahidol University is a world-renowned top 200 university in the world. And Mahidol is known for its medical advancements all over. Now, when students come to Mahidol to learn, they should have at least a CEF or B2 level. They should. But like I said earlier, sometimes they are not proficient in the way they have to use English, such as with academic writing. Academic writing is a whole different creature. The genre of academic writing often just remotely resembles a CEFR level. Just because you can speak English doesn't mean you can write academically. So I have to design a diagnostic assessment to both assess the proficiency level of my students and their writing ability. Again, I'm not using the word performance, I'm using the word ability. And I need to know how much they have acquired before they come into my class. I have to, for a couple of reasons. Number one, diagnostic assessment, if my students are at a B2 level, and if they can write rather proficiency level of my students, I'm not going to waste time going through the first 2 or 3 units. That again is about basic academic writing performance. I'm going to jump to unit 3 or 4 to know how much they give them before they come in. At the end of each unit, particularly in most textbooks, and I use a very nice, beautiful academic writing course book. It's beautiful. It's my favorite. Now, at the end of each unit, there is a little quiz, if you want to call it that sort of it checks the progress of the student. And after each unit, I get to check the language items used in that unit, some of the sub skills, sure, but that is progress assessments. Now, at the end of the unit, if let's say the majority of my students just don't really get it, you understand what I mean? They just don't really get it. Well, that could be something that I am doing as a teacher, not properly communicating or not helping the students get to where they need to be. It could be something with my pedagogy or my technique, or it could be I misjudged the students. Wow, so it sounds like if the students do not, if the majority of the students do not do very well, that might be something that I did. Well, I have to go back again and maybe introduce this unit in a different way, or maybe add something or take away something from the unit to help the lesson really cement in the minds of the students. And that's the purpose of the progress reports. So we have an initial diagnostic report, and then we have progress reports. That is language assessment. We do it in the beginning, and then we do it along the way throughout the whole course. That way we know, as teachers, we know what is going on with our students. Now, there's also the summative assessment. Well, summative, the summary, okay? There's formative assessments that happen along the way, and there's the summative assessment. The summative assessment, well, think about it. Summary, the end. Most summative assessments, they will have a pass or fail, and it's given in the form of grades. I tend to be a very good test taker. As a student, I remember my bachelor's degree. I had a 3.97 GPA, 3.97. Because summative assessments are, especially written summative assessments, you just memorize and then you put it on the paper. That's kind of easy, and it's not very productive when you're trying to assess, English language teaching. It's great for assessing vocabulary and grammar, but it's not great for assessing spoken proficiency. But my bachelor's degree, I had a 3.97 GPA in an international program. And my master's degree, I had a 3.83 in my master's. My PhD, yeah, we don't need to talk about that. Because, the PhD, the coursework, oh my goodness. Okay, I had a 3.37 in my PhD, the most challenging international program I have ever experienced. 3.37. I thought I was going to die. But, the summative assessments, the assessment is often pass and fail, but the summative assessment also has to take into consideration other aspects of assessment, like an achievement assessment. I like achievement assessments if they are tailored to the students. Now, achievement assessments, I put this photo here. I put this photo in the slide. Oh man, I hate coloring in the circles. I'm so sorry. I hate that, especially for ELT. I would much rather have a conversation with my students and sure, base a small percentage on this type of assessment, but I would like to base a larger percentage on pronunciation, explicitness in communication, listener effort, rather than how well can you spell some vocabulary or how many grammar points do you know. Just trust me, in the real world, yeah, most people have little interest in how much grammar you know or how much vocabulary you know. Yes, those things are important. I don't want to, please, no one protest. But in the real world, pronunciation, explicitness in communication, and listener effort are the three most important elements of communication. So those things should be assessed. And but when we assess our students, we need to ensure content validity. Ensuring content validity is simple. Test what you teach. Test what you teach. Look, if you didn't teach it, if the students did not learn it, don't test for it. I see that happen way too many times. So a proficiency assessment. A proficiency assessment is quite easy. Proficiency assessment is usually judged on the 4 macro skills. You know, listening, speaking, reading, writing. Listening, speaking, reading, writing. In that order. Listening, speaking, reading, writing. So proficiency assessment should be listening, speaking, reading, and writing. But listening, okay, sorry, let me digress very quickly right here. Listening does not mean playing an audio file and having the students listen to a perfect native English speaker. Don't do that to your students. Don't let them listen to perfect native English speakers and judge how well they can hear an American speak English. Because trust me, 80%, yes, 80% of users of English are non-native speakers. 80% in this area, 80% of English users are non-native speakers. They should be accustomed to the Indonesian accent, the Thai accent, the Singaporean accent. How can they become proficient if they only listen to people like me? Don't do that to your students, okay? Please don't. So the proficiency assessment is, can they understand everyone? Okay? Now, I wanted to show this chart right here. So you can see the CEFR levels I was talking about and their relation to the IELTS score or the TOEIC score. Oh, by the way, about 4 years ago, I was a special lecturer at the university, and that university said, well, we're not going to hire you to be a special guest lecturer unless you have a TOEIC score. I said, excuse me? Yes, you need a TOEIC score. I said, my passport is blue. I have academic publications. I've been doing this, at that time, I've been doing this for 15 years. You need a TOEIC score. Okay, great. The next day, Saturday morning, I woke up, I ate pancakes, I went to the TOEIC testing center, and I finished early and I left. My score was 990. It best be 990. Can you imagine teaching English and you have a TOEIC score below 500? Oh, I know way too many teachers who teach English and their TOEIC score is below 500 or even below 600. My goodness, if you are at a B1 level, please don't teach English. Now, I use these 2 books right here quite often when I create assessments or when I want to look at how other people assess language. The Standards for Educational and Psychological Testing, the American Psychological Association, along with the American Educational Research Association, put together a very good book. I believe maybe the PDF is available online for free, maybe. I don't remember. But if not, the library at your university should have access. If the library at your university does not have access, contact me. I can send the PDF to you. But don't tell anyone. Now the Routledge Handbook of Second Language Acquisition and Language Testing, I use this book a lot. Oh, wow, I use this book so much. I like it. I just wanted to show you 2 books that are my favorites, my personal choices. And And they will help you understand a little bit more about language assessment, why it is done, and how it is done. If these books are a little complicated for you, just search language assessment in ELT. And there are way too many resources available. Okay, now I have 3 minutes left, and I just want to let you know that true teachers are those who use themselves as bridges over which they invite their students to cross. Then, having facilitated their crossing, joyfully collapse, encouraging them to create their own. Look, our purpose as teachers is to prepare our students for the real world. Language assessment is not solely about how well the students understand the different verb tenses. It's not about how many vocabulary words the students can memorize. It's how well they can use the vocabulary. It's how well they can use just only 3 or 4 verb tenses. We teach 12 verb tenses. That's so sad. But it's how well they can use the simple past, simple present, simple future, and the present continuous. That's about it. That's all the verb tenses that we will ever use in our life. And the vocabulary, how much vocabulary they need to know. My goodness, they have Google Translate. Don't waste your time teaching vocabulary. Teach the things that they need. Pronunciation, explicit communication, getting to the point, how to get to the point, and listener effort. How to listen to other speakers of English as a second or foreign language, and how to properly communicate. Build the bridges for your students. Help them cross the bridges that you build or you help them build, and then prepare them for the real world. Your job is done. Celebrate your creation. Celebrate what you have done in the students' lives. Celebrate with the students. Remember, teachers, you are not the gods. You are not the dictators. You are not the boss of your classrooms. You're just facilitators. You work for the students. Be there for the students. Love your students. Appreciate your students. Give them hope. Build their spirit. Be their example. Thank you. Now, here is my WhatsApp contact. I do not have social media like Facebook or Instagram, all that stuff. TikTok is junk. Instagram is a waste of time. Facebook, I don't have time for that. But I would like to hear you on WhatsApp. Feel free to contact me. Anything I can do to help you. I mentioned earlier that I have been to Indonesia. I'm not joking. I'm really not joking. I have been to Indonesia about 60 times, all over the place. And I met Suchi in Aceh, actually, and we have been great friends ever since. And Suchi is about to become Dr. Suchi. So celebrate with her and celebrate her success. So, okay, that's it. I'm finished talking. I'm tired. Hello? Yeah, sure. Wow. Give me just a moment. I will convert my PowerPoint to a PDF. It's a much smaller file and easier to share. And I will put the PDF in the chat box. Okay, I see. Who's that? Asmi? Yes? Hey, Asmi, what's up? Hello? Your hand is raised.
Yes, sir. Okay, I would like to ask you, based on your experience in teaching, what is the most essential preparation for assessing students' speaking skill? Because some students might have no willingness to speak. how would we create a good rubric that is relevant to that? Thank you.
Oh, beautiful question. Beautiful question. You know, matter of fact, we just did a 1-year study about this right here, and we found that the students, I asked the students directly, what would you like to happen in the classroom to help you feel more comfortable in using English? They simply said they wanted an atmosphere of freedom. They wanted an atmosphere that if they made a mistake, the teacher would be gentle. That's it. They just wanted to feel that making mistakes is a normal part of learning. In Thailand, if you make a mistake in the front of the class, sometimes the teacher hits you or your classmates really bully you. So they just wanted to have an environment of freedom. So ASME, in my experience, that's it. The teacher creates a comfortable space to where the students can make mistakes and celebrate their mistakes. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. How to do self-assessment effectively. I've given the checklist consisting of some items, explained and I asked the students to fill the self-assessment checklist, and mostly they said yes. Oh yeah, hey, let me tell you this. A checklist, that's a waste of time. Everyone checks yes, even if they don't know what's going on. So, but Renita, I think you should contact me on WhatsApp, because the answer to your question is a little bit more complicated than I want to spend here. It's going to take a little more time. So contact me personally and I will spend all the time with you. Okay, who's that? Elfie. Hey, Elfie.
Yes, I am.
Hey, Ibu.
Mr. David, I have seen you when you the presenter. You was the presenter in Padang State University.
Oh yeah. Hey.
Yeah, I also asked you a question. Now, actually, I'm a lecturer of the subject is listening. I would like you to share me your experience about how to assess a good listening skill based on the standards like A1 until C1, because in Indonesia there is no level. We use A1 until C2. Yeah, how to design the levels of the students in university level, for example, the first semester until the fourth semester, until the eighth semester students. And then the second one, how to assess the students' skill in English, start from listening until writing with the standard international rubrics. Okay, thank you, sir.
Oh, wow, beautiful, beautiful questions. Okay, number one, there's really not much for you to design, because there are numerous resources available already. Now, I tell you my preferences. I like to use the material for IELTS. You know IELTS, IELTS, IELTS? Yeah, the IELTS exam uses recordings from different nationalities. So you can hear someone from Indian nationality speaking English, Australian, British, other types of Englishes. So if you want your students to become very proficient and have to be sensitive to English with different accents, try some of the IELTS resources. Now, the resources are stepped. You can find IELTS resources for A1, A2, and on. And so you ask about how can you prepare the students through 8 semesters? Well, it's easy, because it takes several hundred hours to go from A1 to even B2. Well, you have 4 years. Now, for the students to graduate in Thailand, the students must be able to pass a language assessment exam or a summative assessment exam at a B1 level. Well, they can because the exam is written, but it's not a speaking exam or it's not a listening exam. So what I would suggest is you start at the very beginning, the first semester. Start at A1. Start at the very, very basic, A1. Get the students comfortable with listening to English. And you, as the lecturer, try to use as much English as you can in the classroom. Because if you're only using Bahasa Indonesian, that means that you hate your students and you want them to fail and you rejoice in their suffering. So I don't think you do, okay? Because if you only use Bahasa Indonesian, because my students don't understand English, you're lying to yourself. You're a horrible teacher. But you're not a horrible teacher. You are a great teacher. So I know you are using as much English as possible. Yeah. So start with A1 and help them become comfortable. The second semester, continue A1, start introducing some A2 level, then on and on and on. By the fourth semester, your students should be quite comfortable with A2 by the fourth semester, and then you can start introducing B1 level material. Then by the sixth semester, they're fine with B1. You can start introducing B2. So at the end of 4 years, you can gradually work from A1 to B2, and that's enough. You don't want to introduce C1 or C2. My goodness. According to research, most university lecturers in Indonesia are at an A2 level. You know that. So at a B2 level, your students will have a better English proficiency level than the majority of university lecturers in Indonesia. So stop there. There's no need to go higher than a B2. So.
Okay.
I respond.
Okay, David, thank you very much for your presentation, and also you have answered some question here. We really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And also thank you for online participants for the question. And we have here from the offline participant would like to ask you a question. I think one question, yeah? Okay, is there any? Please? Yes, you can stand up here, please. Also, David, I think, yeah, okay. This one.
Yep. All right. So, hi, good morning, Mr. David. So, I would like to introduce myself before having the question. My name is Hidayatul Hanjariyah, and I'm from Islamic Institute of KEDIRI. And right now I'm in the last semester. So, my question is that we know that the assessment needs a period of time. So what actually the teachers need to do to manage the anxiety that might happen to them, Mr. David?
Okay, look at the camera when you speak. Can you see the camera?
Yeah, wait a moment. So
hello, wave at the camera.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Okay, now I can see your face. Did you ask about the anxiety of the teacher or the anxiety of the student?
The anxiety of the teachers. Because, yeah, I'm also a student, but then I'm also having kind of teaching for the young learner and so on. So, yeah, during the assessment process, so I kind of have a little bit anxiety when it's time for it.
Oh, hey, look. What is your first name again? Sorry.
Yeah.
First name.
My name is Hida, Mr. David.
Oh, hello.
Yeah?
You're muted.
Which one?
What is your name? What is your name?
Hida.
Hide.
Yeah.
Hide. Oh, that's close enough. Give me a thumbs up if that's close enough. Hide. Hide. Okay. Oh, thank you, Hide. You're facing the camera. Good. Okay. You know, dealing with the anxiety of the teacher. Again, I'm going to go back. The research that we recently completed, that was published last week, we found that the teachers bully the students if they feel the students are better than them at using English. The teachers have anxiety because they're not proficient. So if the teachers want to avoid anxiety when they assess the students, they should be better than their students. Sorry. I mean, that is the answer. Your English proficiency should be above your students. If your English proficiency is below the proficiency level of your students, you should not be teaching. You should be a student. So that's it.
Okay.
Be better than your students.
All right. Okay, then thank you for the answer, Mr. David. All right.
Thank you. Thank you. So David, Hida was the last person who asked the question, I think. Yeah. After this, we move on the next presenter here. And I personally, and on behalf of the institution, I thank you very much. And I hope you still be able to stay tuned over there. Thank you very much, David. So we're going to go on the next presenter. The next speaker. Ibu Nur Afifi, Master of Applied Linguistics, PhD. And she is here with me, beside me, yeah? Let me read her biography. So the name is Nur Afifi. Nur Afifi is an accomplished and enthusiastic faculty member of English Department of State Islamic Institute of KEDIRI. She is a teacher in English department in this campus, IAIN KEDIRI, and she is now the head of English study program. And she has an experience with more than 10 years of experience in teaching various English-related subjects. And she pursued his bachelor degree in English education from Yogyakarta State University in 2003. And she got her master degree in research, Master of Research, and Doctor of Philosophy or PhD in Applied Linguistics. From Macquarie University, Sydney, Australia, and also her research interests include ESL or EFL writing, academic literacy, genre analysis, discourse analysis, language development, and so on. She is also a reviewer, again, the same as David, I think, yeah. She is also a reviewer of JILS, Journal of English Linguistics and Education Studies in IAIN KEDIRI. And I directly would like to welcome and invite our speaker, Ibu Nur Afifi, Master of Applied Linguistics, Doctor of Philosophy, for her presentation. Please welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Aini, for the introduction and for the floor. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you today? Fine, alhamdulillah. I'm good, thank you. I believe that you already like pegel-pegel because you already sat there for more than 2 hours. So today, I'm going to present part of my doctoral dissertation, doctoral thesis, and I did CAR at the time, classroom action research, and this is the planning at the very early stage of my study. Okay, so the title is about identifying a pedagogical genre of literature review. This will be like more about writing, but I believe all of you experienced in some stage writing literature review. As students, as teacher, as researcher, all of us experience these kind of things. The background or the motivation for doing this is based on my own experience. As a teacher, as a lecturer here in English department, I also supervising students to write their thesis, their proposal. And the most neglected part of proposal of thesis is the literature review. Yet, it is the most important thing to build up your research. You cannot do research, you cannot formulate your research questions, your topic, if you do not review literatures. From the literature review, you will be able to locate exactly what is your interest, what is your topic, and what kind of questions you are going to ask. Unfortunately, in our department and in most of the department of English major in Indonesian university, literature review is not taught explicitly. They may be taught as part of scientific writing or may be part of thesis, proposal writing, and seminar, but it was not, or it is not until now, it is not taught explicitly. Therefore, when it comes the time for the students to write literature review, some of them says like, I'm lost. I don't know what to do. We don't know what is actually literature review. So they do not know the social purpose of the literature review. Hence, they do not know how to write it. They do not know what kind of lexicogrammar features they need to employ in writing literature review. And these situations end up in plagiarism. Many of us depends on the past works to write our literature review. We copy from the previous thesis, we look at the various resources in web, because there are so many there, but we cannot really write it ourselves. However, literature review have been studied so many times, and from like so many years ago, like decade ago. It's first of all John Swells, which is very well known in academic writing. He proposed the model of literature review with his move analysis. John Swells was one of the big figure in genre analysis, and his theory is about move analysis. And this is the proposal of how to write a literature review. It comprises of 3 moves, and each move what you should establish there and what kind of strategies you can do in each move, like establishing territory and that kind of thing. This is the first study on literature review. The next study, so for Swells, the move analysis of literature review was the result of analysis of introduction of research article, because in research article you see the introduction of research article mostly contained literature review. So he analyzed 48 of article research, and then that's 3 moves is the result of the analysis. Next one is the study from Hopkins and Dudley event, and this is the proposal of how to write literature review. So it's including statement outlining variable 1, description of variable 1, and evaluation, and so on and so forth. Evaluation is actually the very important part of literature review. Next page, Mbak. Okay, Hopkins and Dudley events, introduction of Master of Science dissertation. Swalls analyze research article, while Dudley and Hopkins, they analyze dissertation of Master of Science. And the result is that one, yeah, the variable one, description, evaluation, and so on and so forth. Next one, so sorry, I want to preview some research on literature review before going to my own research. Yeah. So this is the third one. This one is Banton's model for PhD introduction. As if you see it briefly, it's actually derived from Swalls. Swalls is very well known. Swalls one is very well known and become
Check.
Okay, this one is derived from Swalls. So Swalls is the milestone of literature review structure or generic structure. Next one, Mbak Usa. Okay. And this is based on analysis of 45 PhD theses. Next, the fourth, I think the relatively recent, yeah, from Quant. And as you can see there, Quant also use Move 1, Move 2, and Move 3, which is derived from Swalls. Next, Mbak. And also, she analyzed 20 doctoral theses. And the last one is Hood's macrogenre from 2010, and this is the most recent proposal of literature review structure. On literature review, which set the word, yeah, actually, the EAP word, the English for Academic Purposes word, of how to write a literature review. Next. Okay. However, for my own context of study at that time, these 5 case studies, most of them do not show in details the linguistic resources. They show what kind of move, what kind of content needed to be there in a literature review, what kind of strategies the writer could use. But they don't really state about what kind of linguistic resources needed to write a good literature review. So therefore, in my opinion at that time, and also now, this proposed structural or generic structure of literature review is not really useful for low intermediate English as a foreign language learner. So I try to find out. They are very useful, obviously. Yeah. They are very useful because they came from research, intensive research, and they're very useful for some contexts. But unfortunately, in my context, they are not very useful. They state what should be done, what are the strategies, and that can be adopted in my context. But I need more than that. I need to do my own research to find out what kind of linguistic resources needed to employ in writing a good literature review. Therefore, I did this analysis, and this is my methodology. This is a genre analysis on authentic literature review. I took literature reviews from various sources, from journals, from reference book, from thesis, but I set the criteria, what kind of literature review I will use as the source of my, my formula at the end of my genre analysis. So these are the criteria of the literature review I need. The first one, the literature review must have a macrostructure that is easy to identify. Because my students are considered as low intermediate level of EFL learners, so I need something that is quote-unquote easy gitu ya. So I set to look up a literature review that has a macrostructure that are easy to identify. Jadi, it is easy to identify which one is the introduction, which one is the body, for example, which one is the conclusion, which one is the evaluation, which one is the overview, the topic, and so on and so forth. Secondly, the pattern of linguistic resources that are accessible for the students to read and realistic for them to emulate in their writing. So I try to look for a literature review that employs linguistic resources, so the words, the phrase, the structure, the clauses, which is easy to emulate. If you try to read a research article in reputable journals, you may need several times to understand the contents, right? Especially the journals in Scopus Q1 or that kind of things. You will have long nominal clauses, nominal phrases, which sometimes make you lost there. So I need something which is not that sophisticated, but acceptable enough. The linguistic resources that is acceptable enough, that is good, but not so sophisticated, and can be emulated. That's the most important thing. Bisa di copy, can be emulated by my students in their own context. And the third criteria is that language resources that are within the zone of proximal development of my students. So I know where was my students at that time, and then I try to look for the language that are still within their zone of proximal development. If you took educational psychology, you might familiar with this terms, yeah, zone of proximal development by Vygotsky. It says that when a learner learn new thing, it should be just beyond their existing knowledge. It's not too far from their existing knowledge. Otherwise, they will not be able to catch up. So these three criteria was used to for me, to guide me to look for the model of literature review that I will analyze using genre analysis, and then to make the model of literature review that I will use in my research. So I analyzed approximately 200 annotated bibliography, and for the literature review, I analyzed more than 50 authentic literature reviews taken from references, most of them from thesis and also from research articles. And the result of this genre analysis from these authentic literature reviews, I call it as a pedagogical genre of literature review. So why I call it a pedagogical genre? I took it from pedagogical genre. I took it from the similar terms, pedagogical grammar, introduced by Alan Coder at that time and Deriwanka, which is a grammar that is used for pedagogy. It doesn't rely, or it doesn't come from particular theory of grammar. It can be eclectic, come from various theory of grammar, but the main purpose, the sole purpose, is for the pedagogy, for teaching. That's why I took this term, pedagogical genre of literature review, because I didn't really I didn't really rely on one particular theory of genre, either ESP or American rhetoric or SFL, but mostly SFL, yeah. So I took from many of them, and therefore I call it pedagogical genre of literature review. Next, Mbak. Okay. In my review of more than 50 literature review, I found out that annotated bibliography can be an entry point to write a literature review. how annotated bibliography can be used to teach literature review. The first one, because annotated bibliography summarize studies in specific genre. So I believe that most of you here knows what is annotated bibliography, right? No? So annotated bibliography usually when you, it's like review book. So you have this, we will see the structure later, yeah? Okay. Because this is teachable, easy, yeah, teachable, and then there are suitable level of difficulty for the level of my context, of my students. And then in writing annotated bibliography, student can exercise their interpersonal voice, which is very important. Literature review must contain evaluation, which is an interpersonal view. So they can exercise, students or the novice writer can exercise their interpersonal view through annotated bibliography. Next. Okay, this is the issue of why annotated bibliography for some expert is not a switchable entry for writing literature review. The mind, so annotated bibliography is widely believed not a good entry point for writing literature review. But for my study and from my genre analysis, I find out that actually students can learn to write good literature review from annotated bibliography. The main thing that becoming the burden or the objection of the expert about why annotated bibliography cannot be an entry point for literature review is that because in annotated bibliography, there is no such interpersonal voice. There is no evaluation, which is the mind, soul of literature review. But EFL learners, especially in the context of the study, my context of study at the time, the critical and evaluation side of literature review, which is the interpersonal voice, yeah, can be taught gradually. Especially in Indonesia, we are not accustomed to criticize. We are not accustomed to evaluate. That's something that we don't really do in our daily life. Yeah. So we can teach it gradually, beginning with the teaching of annotated bibliography, and then including students' evaluation of the study in that annotated bibliography. Then, within literature review, students can also further evaluating by comparing and contrasting one study with the other. So it's obvious because in literature review, we are not reviewing only one, so we review so many. So we will need more than, of course, many annotated bibliography, and we can actually comparing and contrasting one study with others using the annotated bibliography. So this is the schematic structure of annotated bibliography. Maybe Ibu yang tadi, yes, this is the schematic structure. Too small. You cannot see clearly. Bisa dibesarkan nggak Mbak Osa? Okay, let me read it for you. So the first is bibliographic entry. So it tells you who wrote the article, what year, what is the title. And then the context of the study, showing you what kind of study, the aims, for example, and then the methodology, the findings, and the conclusion. It's similar to abstract in a research article. Usually if you review, like book review, but lots more shorter than book review. Next, Mbak. Now, this is the example of annotated bibliography. There are journals, or there are special edition of journals that that has only annotated bibliography of the studies, like annual review of applied linguistics. They sometimes publish special edition about annotated bibliography. The function is that we, as students, as teacher, as researcher, we can see what kind of references match or suitable for our research, for our teaching, for our study from the annotated bibliography. So this is some example, two examples, yeah. So the bibliographic entry, as you can see there, state the authors, the year, and then the title, just like the APA style of reference, yeah. And then the context of study saying like analysis, first and second grader perception of the blah, blah, blah. Mainly the aim of the study or the purpose of the study, and then the methodology, how the study was conducted, and then the finding and the result, and then conclusions. That's kind of things. It's perfect for me. It's perfect for the entry point in writing literature review. Because when we write literature review, we review a study, we review an article, we review references. So this is actually a review, a small kind of review. So for me, this is a perfect. However, as I said before, it lacks of interpersonal voice. It doesn't have any evaluation there. It's just description. It's just stating what inside there, what in the article or study they review. Next one. Okay, therefore we need to move from annotated bibliography to the real literature review. From my genre analysis of more than 50 authentic literature review, I found out that actually in the literature reviews, they have the pattern which is recurring on and on. So just the pattern is actually like broccoli. You see broccoli? Broccoli has the same pattern, but then they are grouped together becoming one big broccoli. If we try to stack up the broccoli, we will see the smallest pattern of broccoli is actually the same as the largest pattern. Do you follow me? Yes, that's also what happened in literature review. So my conclusion is then, when we can write the smallest version of this literature review, which is in this case we call it as a section, we will be able to write the whole literature review. However long we need literature review, we will be able to do it if we know how to write this, the core pattern, the core section. So I call that as a fractal pattern. So the pattern that is recurring again and again and again as long as what we need the literature review to be. Next. Okay, in the pattern, I found out there are two kinds, or at least three kinds, yeah, but from pole to pole, I find out two kinds of paragraph. I call it as review paragraphs. The first one is author-focused paragraph, and the second one is content-focused paragraph. As you can see, that this is actually the paragraph that that built up a literature review. So if we see a literature review in a thesis which is long, maybe take like 50 pages literature review, we can see actually the paragraph in there can be one of these, whether author-focused paragraph or content-focused paragraph. Therefore, this kind of paragraph, if my students can control how to write this kind of paragraph, I believe they can write good literature review. They do not need to rely on other sources. They just need to read, and read more reading, because you see, literature review is about reading actually, and then writing. But this part, my part is about writing, yeah. So you need to read more in literature review. So author paragraph continuum. Some paragraph might be between these two poles, but the most sophisticated one is content-focused paragraph. I define content-focused paragraph as a paragraph that sometimes have one or more studies in the theme clauses, but often avoid having studies in theme position in clauses. So the theme position is not occupied by the studies or the author in content focused paragraph. And most of the time, content focused paragraph have more than one studies. So content focused paragraph are likely to synthesize information from findings or result of 2 or more annotated bibliographies. So we have these 2 kinds of paragraph to build up a literature review. And my study at that time is focused, so I have to adjust with the level of my students, yeah, is focused on the author focused paragraph. So annotated bibliography, that is my first step. I try to convert annotated bibliography, which is like we can find everywhere. And actually, at that time, my students had already been taught the annotated bibliography. So it's absolutely in the zone of proximal development. I try to convert this into author-focused paragraph. And putting the paragraph together. So basically, a section of literature review is like this. It consists of mostly not one, 3 or more author-focused paragraphs. So N represents how many paragraphs a writer wants to be in their section. Yeah? So AFP1, AFP2, and so on and so forth. And then after having the paragraph, they need to have the hypertheme, like the preview, the introduction of the section. As usual, when we have a section, we should or better have the introduction. So with these 3 or more author-focused paragraph, and then we put interview before the first one, and we put the conclusion at the end of the author-focused paragraph. This now is becoming a section of literature review, or a section of the broccoli, the pattern, the basic pattern of a literature review. Next. And to make it bigger and bigger, next section, as you can see in literature review, you have the bigger heading, chapter 2, literature review. And then next one, the subheading, you have, for example, language development. And then you talk about many things in language development, from theories, and this is how you do it. You have, that's one is one section. And then if you want to have more, and of course we will have more in our literature review, yeah? In our literature review, we don't have only one section, we have more than one section. So just edit more as we wish. And then we put the higher level of introduction, the higher level of hyper theme, and then the higher level of hyper new. Next. So this, and then going again and again, just like I said, like broccoli, repeat it again as we wish. Okay, next Bu. Waktunya sudah mau habis. Just go on. This is the example of author focus paragraph, yeah. And this is the example of of a section of literature review from a very reputable article from English for specific journal, very, very reputable one, yeah, international. And as we can see, An Cheng is one of top writer in this field, yeah. And he actually used that kind of things, author focus paragraph. We can emulate this kind of things. Next. So the implication for teaching using pedagogical genre of literature review is that it has logical progression. As I said before, as I explained, yeah, it has logical from annotated bibliography, then going to author focus, and then going to the section, and so on. The progression is very logical, very easy to follow. And then this approach is structured and language-based curriculum plan that can take the student in context from not able to write literature review to being able to do it in acceptable way. Next. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We would like to open the discussion. Is there any question from the presenters, please? Offline or, yeah. You can come up.
Hello, good morning, Before I ask, I just want to say what a remarkable and amazing material you did just now. So, I want to ask, when we want to conduct a systematic literature review research, what is the consideration to choose a relevant journal? Could we choose any journal without a Scopus-based, or any journal like in Indonesia or any linguistics journal, as long as it is reliable? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, Ibu. So the question is there any suitable journal like in Indonesia, especially without Scopus-based, if you want to conduct such a systematic linguistics?
Okay, thank you, Mas Ubed. Let me introduce to you, Mas Ubed is Wali Santri Nasional from IAIN Kediri. Oh, Duta, sorry. Wali Santri lah saya. Wali murid. Sorry, Mas Ubed. Saya ulang ya. Let me introduce to you, Mas Ubed is Duta Santri Nasional from English Department of IAIN Kediri. Okay, wonderful question. So what kind of references actually, whether journal or books or thesis, we can use to conduct our literature review? Actually, basically all kind of articles, we can use it as long as we can make sure that the article is credible and scientific. In Indonesia, for example, we have this Sinta. I believe the Sinta was established to make sure the credibility of the journals. So if you can have the higher Sinta, maybe that's the better. And also the higher reputable, maybe international reputable, Scopus, Kiki. That's, of course, that's also preferable. However, there are some times where some studies very specific, for example, culturally or socially based study, which is very specific, and then not really much exposed in the journals. For example, we can find the journal only in like Sinta 6 or even not Sinta yet. But because of the topic is very interesting, and that's matched to our topic of study, you can use that. Especially if you cannot find out another comparable discussion on the topic from the more reputable journal. So try to aim for the highest, but if you cannot find the highest, I believe like the system Sinta or Arjuna or Moraref or Garuda, they were established to make sure the credibility of the journals. And also I believe reviewers in the journal and also editors in the journal, that they have their most effort, they all effort to make sure that the article published in the journals are credible.
So it is okay even without Scopus space, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, it's okay.
Okay, we give applause once again for the presenter, yeah. I think Ubaidillah is the icon, Duta Santri Nasional Indonesia, yeah, national icon. He is a student of literature actually, and also Bu Afifi, we still have one question here in chat box from the Zoom. Let me read for you. There is no name actually, so it is only written from Universitas Tulungagung. I'm not sure about the name. I think Ibu, are you there? Let me write the question. So the question is, where should the content focus paragraphs be written? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Bu, for the question. So, my study was actually, if I have more time to conduct my study, I will go to there, to the content focus paragraph. That is, the entry point is the annotated bibliography, and then the easiest paragraph to write for my student was author focus paragraph. The most sophisticated one is going to content focus paragraph. Where will be this content focus paragraph? In the same position as
she also writes in the following that actually the example just covered in FP1, FP2, etc. So actually she said she missed the thing, but she got the answer actually. Thank you. Thank you very much for the second speaker. So we go on the next one. I would like to say hi to Meredith Box. We're going to Zoom right now from University of Canberra, Australia. Hello, Meredith. She's going to talk about language learning and the development of 21st century learning skills in Australia.
Yes, I'm about to share my PowerPoint.
Okay, but hang on, let me read a short bio of you. I think we also have Pak Burhan over there, right? Pak Burhan, are you there? Hi. Okay, so Pak Burhan is an English teacher at IAIN KEDIRI, but he is now in Australia pursuing his PhD. And before we start, let me read the biography of Meredith Box. So actually, friendly speaking, Meredith Box is a friend of Pak Burhan. And she is a PhD candidate in the Faculty of Education at University of Canberra, Australia. And she is also a professional translator and a teacher of Japanese in the ACT. And she has a background in historical anthropology, and her earlier research has focused on the impact of government policy and grassroots movements in Japan in the immediate pre- and post-war eras. So please welcome our third speaker, Meredith Box from the University of Canberra, Australia. You have the time.
Thank you very much, staff and students, for the opportunity to speak here today with Burhan. We sit together, so we talk a lot about English teaching and learning in Indonesia. I'm going to talk about 21st century learning skills and some of the similarities that there are between English teaching in Indonesia, teaching English as a foreign language in Indonesia, and foreign language learning in Australia. And my presentation, is that all very clear? It's not. Can you see can you see three things? The slide doesn't seem to be moving through.
Yeah. We got the slide from here.
Could I just check what you can see at the other end, please?
It is written here, language learning and the development of 21st century skills in Australia. It's kind of like the first page, I think.
Yep. So there are many roads to 21st century skills. It seems.
Do you want to have the full screen? Okay. We got here many roads to 21st century. It is the second page. But Meredith, could you please share screen? No, I mean, could you please zoom in? I mean, make the PowerPoint in a full screen. Because it seems so small from here.
So let me move this. Is it full screen now?
Not yet from here. You can try to click on the slideshow, I think.
Saya tak suruh cancel ini loh Bu, terus di itu. Yo ngesane wong.
Yes, it works. Finally. Thank you. Thank you.
Can you see that clearly now?
Yeah. You can go on. Thank you.
Is it bigger now? Are we on the second slide?
This is still the first one. I think there is a choice like slideshow at the bottom and in the center.
Let's try again.
Yeah. Yes. You can go on, Meredith, please.
Can you see the second slide now?
Yes.
So the talk is divided up into three sections. The first is the many roads to 21st century, arriving at a decision about the importance of implementing and creating 21st century skills amongst students has been a long and rocky road. It goes partly back to the first step was in 1978 with the introduction of multicultural policy. The next major thing was 1999 with the Adelaide Declaration, which I'll mention later. And then 10 years later, almost, the Melbourne Declaration, and then this all fed into a national curriculum, the Australian National Curriculum. And in addition to this, there was the Australian Curriculum Languages, and both of these curricula have been revised, and it's gone through a very good process of deliberation, and there's been a lot of input. And in fact, later this afternoon, Orhan will also be sitting in on a session where we give feedback on Indonesian in the national curriculum. So, as a result of this, the Adelaide Declaration was one of the major decisions, pieces of major statements that actually determined what was important and what was important for young people's education, but also what rights they had and what they could expect from national services and their responsibilities as citizens. So the aim was to have students having the knowledge, the understanding, the skills and the values, the bits that are highlighted there, for a productive and rewarding life in an educated, just and open society. Now, it was extremely important that these things were articulated because until the introduction of multiculturalism, Australia actually operated under an assimilation policy where it was assumed that everyone shared white Australian values. And obviously this was not the case. And one of the major things that this declaration did was to make it clear that we all stood on an equal footing what it shows comes up later that in fact we don't really, but at least that was the aspiration. And it was expected that schooling would provide a foundation for young Australians' intellectual, physical, social, moral, spiritual, and aesthetic development. So it's actually demanding a great deal from mainstream school education. Now, a number of major things happened in the early 2000s. One was that there was a reaction against multiculturalism. And there was a thing called the culture wars. And basically, this type of initiative was attacked by conservatives. There were some other major political things that happened. There was homegrown terrorism. That was also around that time was the Bali bombing, where many Australians died. And so you actually had a sense of insecurity in the Australian broader society. And at that point, the values debate rose, and the following list of values were introduced, and these were taught. Teaching these was mandatory in all schools, and school funding depended on the school showing, putting up this values poster that's on the right-hand side here as well. The values, these are values for Australian schooling. There are 9 of them. In fact, they're really universal values. And in the research that I've done, when I've spoken with people of Tamil origin, Japanese origin, Polish origin, they all recognize some of these values as also shared by their own countries. So I'll just run through them briefly. Care and compassion, doing your best, a fair go, which means equal opportunity to all, freedom, honesty and trustworthiness, integrity, respect, responsibility, understanding, tolerance, and inclusion. So they actually are very, I think that they did their job, and they were pushed very strongly until 2009, and as time went by, they were actually built into the national curriculum. So we have these types of values and the intent that we're going to build a better society and that we're going to provide opportunities for young people. And these evolved into a concept of knowledge and skills and behaviours and dispositions, which were the foundation. You can see that these are the 21st century skills. They're all packaged differently depending upon who you speak with, but fundamentally it's knowledge and skills, behaviours and dispositions. And if you were talking about English skills or foreign language skills, they come in under the knowledge and skills section, but other elements that also go with that, like behaviours and dispositions, would fall under the competencies and the character qualities on the right there. When this moved on and it was actually formally packaged into the Australian curriculum, which was launched in 2014, it looked basically those elements are at the centre of it, and then the skills are on the outside with a personal and social capability and intercultural understanding being given equal weight to literacy and numeracy. So you can see that there's a very strong weighting for softer personal skills, and we'll see how that plays out. So these are young Australian students. It's Australian school uniform and fairly typical. You can see that the children are from various different backgrounds. The reason that multiculturalism was introduced in Australia is that Australia had actually become multicultural from the time it accepted immigrants in the post-war, and it hadn't been recognised earlier, but as time went by and immigrants became tired of the assimilation policy and actually started reverse migration, the Australian government decided that they didn't want to lose the migrants, and they didn't want to lose this valuable asset in their population and the skills, and so they actually made social policy that would better accommodate these people. So the students here, when we actually unpack the makeup and the language makeup of Australia, we see that 73% of the population, let's give 1 or 2%, 73% of the population speaks English only. And the other 27% of the population speaks in order Mandarin, Arabic, Cantonese. I'm sorry, Indonesian is not in the top 10, but it's the major ones, Mandarin, Arabic, and Cantonese. And then after that's followed by Vietnamese, and then we have old languages from the immediate post-war migration of Italian and Greek, and there was a big influx of immigrants from the Philippines, from India, and from South America. When we then move on and look at what languages are taught in schools, we see that the pattern is quite different. These are the languages we see here, are languages that are generally taught in the community, and only recently Mandarin has really increased in mainstream schools. So the top languages that were taught in Australia in 2017, it's according to this map, so according to the Australian map. And so Indonesia is very strong in South Australia, strong in Western Australia, and in the Northern Territory. And Japanese is strong in areas that had a lot of Japanese impact from investment and trade and tourism. Now, this was actually reversed. And so in 2022, we have Chinese is the most commonly taught language, followed by Japanese because it had already had a big groundswell, and then Italian because it was an established migrant language. And number 4 is Indonesian because the government placed a great deal of effort in investing in Indonesian studies. So there was an expectation that intercultural understanding and personal and social capabilities would be developed through the teaching of languages in the mainstream curriculum. However, there was a significant problem with this. There was a very low uptake of languages, and traditionally there has been, but there's an aversion to languages in Australia, and people try to get by just on speaking English, or the people who only speak English try to get by in that way. So year 12, which is immediate pre-university year, the number of students who actually completed languages through to year 12, if they were additional language speakers, 1 in 7 completed the language. If they were monolinguals, part of that 74%, 1 in 20 completed the language up to pre-university level. And these figures are actually the bottom of all OECD countries. However, this looks very worrying, but and it's a very grim picture indeed. I know that everyone is sort of worried about what's happening with English in Indonesia, but these are the sorts of figures that give policymakers sleepless nights, I imagine. There are other things that are happening though, and this is where my research, this is what my research was looking at. Okay, we'll just do a little bit of a run through the history. So in 1978, we moved to a multicultural policy. In 1980 to 1985, community language schools were established, and they increased in number and they increased in size. And then in 2016, 2016, the Australian curriculum, languages, was introduced. And in 2018, community language school enrollments nationwide exceeded 100,000, 103,000. And here in Canberra, in the ACT, the number, where there's a population of 450,000, there's just under 3,000 students studying 45 languages in 50 schools. So it was in that setting that I set about to do a comparative study. So I'm looking for 21st century skills. Do community language schools develop students' 21st century skills? 21st century skills, that's things like behavior and disposition, their personal and social capability, and which is also sometimes called values. So I spent 1 year at the Canberra Japanese Supplementary School, and Japanese is my other language and the language that I raised my children bilingually in and taught for 15 years in the ACT system. I spent time between the Japanese school, the Polish school, and the Canberra Sri Lankan Tamil school, and did interviews with teachers, organisers, students, families, stakeholders, and that sort of thing. What I actually found, that students who go to Saturday schools, to community language schools, they'd readily internalised Australian mainstream school values. And that meant things like fair go and responsibility that you saw earlier on those values for Australian schooling. But there were also distinctive home and community values, and how they were transmitted to students differed. Japanese values of effort and group consensus, Polish values of independence and family cohesion, and Tamil values of tradition and respect, they were actually transmitted to the students by a cycle of being introduced into the home, of being reinforced through the community language school, and then actually practiced in the community. So we end up with a picture like this, where in the home, the vibrant interaction is actually introduces values to children. At the community language school, other people are also practicing those values. And when students actually witness things happening in the community, they're actually seeing those values in action as well. And it's quite interesting because these schools are what could best be described as low budget schools. In fact, the funding is so low that the funding is all paid back to the government in renting the buildings, the classrooms that the students actually do school in. So they're low budget schools. But when you talk about the organisational structure of a low budget school, it means that it needs to be run by communities and families. So the communities and families delivered their language learning, but in the process of doing that, they also did role modelling and mentoring of young people. And there was a positive affirmation through this of identity. And the particular identity was the identity of their community group. And the third important thing was that students developed long-term peer connections. And these peer connections were very important. So all of these three things are possibly equally important, but the peer connection is even longer lasting. The next what students could actually do at these schools is that they could observe, they could clarify and think about how values and practices lined up between home and themselves and their peers. And then they could try them, they could practice them at the school, which was a safe space. And then they were actually active in the community outside the family, and they were building personal and social capability. And now you might recall in the earlier setting where you're trying to teach these personal and social capabilities through mainstream school learning language programs, you find that only 1 in 20 students is involved in that long term, or 1 in 7 if that person came from a community where they already spoke another language. So you can see that for these 103,000 students who are actually involved in community language learning, the actual possibility of developing personal and social capability through schooling is actually much higher. So let's just an overview. So there are many roads to 21st century learning skills. It led to the Australian curriculum and general capabilities and the expectation that languages would contribute to developing personal and social capability. Mainstream languages, number 2, diversity in educational opportunity. Mainstream languages have not been popular. They are not a way to develop personal and social capability because people engagement with them is so low. Number 3, 21st century skills in the community take place are important because community language schools transmit language and culture and promote personal and social capability. Now, these little critters also have 21st century skills. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Nah, apakah Anda memiliki
Ya,
pertanyaan?
kita mengerti.
Thank you.
Jadi good job, Meredith Box. Give applause for the presenters. I'm just wondering, you can speak bahasa, ya? Okay, so that was the presentation. We apologize for lots of echoing from here. That was the presentation from the Meredith Box about language learning and development of 21st century learning skills in Australia. I would like to welcome the participants to ask the questions. Is there any? Let me see here in chat box. Is there any question from the offline presenters? No, I mean from the offline participants. Okay, while waiting for the question, let me mention here Dr. Shirley Rizky Kusumaningrum. Dr. Shirley, are you there in Zoom?
Here. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Ibu Shirley. Thank you for being available. How are you today? Bu Shirley, am I audible?
So can you hear my voice clearly?
Yep. What about you?
Yeah.
Okay. So for the participants, both offline and online, if you want to ask a question to Meredith Box, you can write the question in chat box for the online participants, and you can ask directly right after Bu Shirley is done with the question. Meredith Box, thank you for the presentation. Okay, Bu. Let me read the biography of Bu Shirley. She is from State University of Malang in English Educational Department. And Bu Shirley is going to talk about engaging students by ID puzzle. So directly, I would like to invite Bu Shirley for your presentation. You have the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu. Okay, hello everyone. Good morning. Okay, so let me share something for you today. So today, okay, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so today I would like to share if the first presentations we have talked about assessment, and then the next one we talk about pedagogical genre in literature review, and just now we learned about language learning and development in the 21st century. Now I would like to maybe sharing about one kinds of technology that we can use in our classroom. But before we go further on this one, I would like you to take your mobile phone and open the quizzes. Okay, would you? Okay, now please take your phones. And then I would like you to have the quiz together.
Wow, the quiz. Okay, we are ready.
Okay.
Does anyone please
So
open
you
the
can
quizzes?
simply go to quizzes.com and then you enter the game code for today. Would you mind letting me know whether you can see my screen? Anyone? Yeah, clear. Okay. Okay, so would you mind go to quizzes and then please put the code here 442097 before we go to the presentations. Okay, I see that there are about 100 participants online, and I'm sure that more there offline. Okay, so would you mind go to the quizzes and then join for the game for a while? What the number again? 442097. 442097. Okay. Okay. Okay, now getting more people now. Where are the others? Okay. Come on. Where are the others? Hi, Buddha. I spotted you here. Okay. Okay. 12 people. Okay, the code is 442097. $29? Is there any? Okay, or we can start, yeah? Okay, for those who have joined the quiz, we are going to start the quiz now. So here is Okay, I guess still some more people join. Okay, let's see up to 40. 40? Okay, so I guess we can start, yeah? So here you go. Those who just join can still join in the middle, yeah? Okay. So let me show you. Here is the first one. Okay, so time is up, yeah? So the first question here is actually what kinds of digital media that you use in your classroom? Now, can you see the results, guys? So the results here is the first one is phone, okay, and then YouTube, okay. Kelihatan ya? Apakah kelihatan? Okay. There is YouTube. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen, Bapak and Ibu, about the results of the first questions in the quizzes?
No, ma'am. It's
No?
still quizzes.
Okay, it's still quizzes the first one. Okay, let me share. Okay. Okay. Now this one, can you see the colorful answers, colorful boxes for the answers? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So here is actually your answers for the first questions. What kinds of digital media that you use in your classroom? Okay. There is phone, Elo, and then YouTube, quizzes, word wall, Padlet, and puzzle. So but Sylvia has known about Puzzle, and then movie, Jimmy, Zoom, and e-learning. Again, Google Classroom, Google Sites, PowerPoint, okay, Edmodo, and there are lots of things here, similar, yeah, like Google Classroom, virtual meeting, and so on and so forth. Good. And WhatsApp. Okay, now let's move to the next questions. Be ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, Bapak Ibu, can you see my bar chart here? Yes? Can you see my bar chart over there, Ibu?
Yes, just now.
Not yet, ma'am.
Okay, so this one. This one?
Yes,
Yeah,
this
it's
one.
still processing.
Oh, still processing. Okay. Okay, so here is the results. So actually, when we talk about video, most of you mentions that you directly download from the YouTube, while yeah, most and some make it by yourself but modify if any. So this is a kind of not that much different, yeah. Okay, now still I have the next questions. What might be the challenges? Okay, so time is up. Yeah, now let me show you the results. So here is the result. What might be the challenges in using the video in the classroom? So most of the answers here deals with internet connections. Yes, I do agree with you that whenever we talk about digital things, we talk about internet things. So somehow this become a problem. And then the next one is the device. Yeah, maybe not all the devices are supporting, and then not all the students are interested. Yeah, maybe because of the contents of the video or the quality of the video and some more things. Okay, so I still have the questions. So be ready for the next one. Okay, so what might be the result? So here you go. So I got 6%, 6 people say yes, they know, they are familiar with that puzzle, while 3 times say that they are not familiar with the ed puzzle. So this is a good to be here then, yeah, because if all of you know about ed puzzle, so I will directly stop the presentations. Okay, still next questions. Okay. Okay, so this one, yeah. Okay, so that's actually about the ed puzzle, gitu ya. I'm so happy that not that many people, not that many participant presenters know about this one, but I'm sure that after you know about this one, you are going to use it and you are going to create lots of the video for your classroom. Okay, so here you go. So the quizzes, yeah. Okay, so when we talk about technology and we talk about what happened now in pandemic situations, we talk about there would be more flexible learning opportunities. We can say that before pandemic here, students and teachers have to be in the classroom, the teacher explaining the materials face to face, and then the students simply sit down and listen to the teacher's explanation. But when it comes to pandemic, they cannot do anything other than online. Okay, so here we know that some students use Zoom, some students use video, and so on that you have just mentioned, like WhatsApp, Padlet, Google Classroom, and the like. Okay, now we come to the post-pandemic situation. So when the hybrid classroom, the blended classroom is introduced to for the teaching and learning situations. So what is basically the idea? The idea is actually pandemic has forced us to innovate, to make a kinds of innovations. Like we use virtual meeting, like what I did now, what I do now, that I cannot go there, but I still can present the materials from here. Just like Ibu Meredith and also Pak David, yeah. Even though we are in different places, we can still together in this virtual meeting. Okay, and the next one is, of course, I'm sure that most of you are familiar with LMS made of Moodle, and somehow universities have their own LMS. And then, sorry. Okay, and the next one is this one, yeah, WhatsApp. Long time before the pandemic, maybe some of you only use WhatsApp for texting somebody, for sharing pictures, for sharing videos, but now WhatsApp can be used as one of the learning and teaching media. Okay. So what is actually the key idea is that we have to be adaptive and more literate in using the digital things. Okay, surprisingly, and I guess it is in line with the results of the first questions that I just show you. So when it comes to the sources of video, so I would like to focus on the use of video. Here, most of the participants, here I conduct a mini survey, a small survey. So here, 76 teachers in Malang, especially young learners teachers, English for young learners teachers, downloaded from YouTube directly. Yeah, we know that we cannot deny that everything is there in YouTube. When what kinds of whatever materials that you are going to teach, YouTube can always have something. And then only 24% of the respondents say that they make it by themselves. So what is actually the idea is, it is not somehow when we talk about something, there is something good and something bad. So for example, when we come to the classroom, we just be able to stop and play. But when it comes to asynchronous teaching and learning, of course, we can say that there is no interactions. Let's say, for example, I stop the video and then I ask questions. It is possible in synchronous or in face-to-face classroom. But when it comes in asynchronous, of course, somehow teachers or lecturers provide the video and just deliver it as it is. So this is actually the idea. So here it comes to my thought that a puzzle here can be used as one of the solution. Solution for what? Solution for having the interactions within the video. Okay, so what is actually a puzzle? I will show you this one.
Hello, Ibu Shirley. Yeah. The video. Hello, Ibu Shirley. We cannot listen to the video actually.
Pardon? Pardon, Ibu?
Oh, we cannot listen to the video. To the video.
Let me check, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, somehow this is actually what happens when we talk online, yeah?
Yeah, that's
Somehow
right.
I can see the screen, but you cannot see the screens. Okay, let me try it again. Okay, this one. Bismillah. Now you can see?
Yes.
Now let's continue, yeah? Okay, this one. This one. This one.
Yeah, we still cannot listen to the video, but we can see the video, I mean. But the voice, yeah.
Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, it must be this one.
Okay. These days are learning how to do almost everything through
Yeah,
this one.
it works. It works.
Yes,
Can
ma'am.
you? Okay.
Video. Videos feel personal, are highly visual, and let you control the pace at which you learn. But when you try to show a video in class, you might not always get the best results. Sometimes it's hard to know if students are paying attention or if they're actually learning anything. But with Edpuzzle, turning a video into a dynamic lesson is easy. You can add questions anywhere in your video, so you can check comprehension and get students to engage in critical thinking. You may not always have time to find a video and add your own questions, but don't worry, the entire Edpuzzle community has got you covered. Scroll through our library of teacher-created content and get inspired by what other educators like you are doing in their own classrooms. Or choose from our standards-aligned Edpuzzle originals, instructional videos with built-in practice created with you and your students in mind. With the time you save, you can focus on other important things. Sometimes the video content you're looking for doesn't exist yet, so why not try making it yourself? Edpuzzle's screen recording tool lets you create the video that fits your students' needs. When you're done, you can edit the video and embed questions all in one go. Your students will appreciate seeing a familiar, friendly face as they learn. Once you're ready to assign your lesson, that's when the magic happens. You can hold students accountable for watching the entire video and monitor as they watch it at their own pace. Then, use Edpuzzle's real-time analytics to figure out who's ready to move on to the next lesson and who needs a little more help. That way, you can decide how to best use your time in the classroom. So, the next time you want to assign a video, let Edpuzzle be your guide. You'll be joining a network of educators who are changing the face of 21st century teaching, one video lesson at a time.
Okay. Okay. So that's about Edpuzzle. Do you think that you are interesting for the Edpuzzle after watching the video? Are you interested in learning more about Edpuzzle? Okay, I'm still a doubt. Why? Why Bu Elfi? Can you say something, Bu Elfi?
I'm still a doubt about how to make it.
How to
It's
make
not
it?
clear enough.
Okay, so you are curious, right?
Yeah.
How can we use the Edpuzzle? Okay, now I will show you.
Thank you.
Okay, please let me know, yeah, whether you can see my screen or not. Okay, so now I will go on with the next one. Okay, so can you see the screen now? Action research was conducted.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So here actually, because I see that some teachers mentions that most of them simply use the video, whether they take it from YouTube or they make it by themselves without any modifications. So I decided to conduct an action research talking about how to use the app puzzle in the classroom. So here for the first one, I do planning. So I identify and organizing what should I do? What kinds of material should I give to the teachers? And the next one, in the second one is do. So I train the teachers. I make the teachers know about what is actually a puzzle and how to use it in the classroom. And then the next one is observes. So when it comes that they create their own puzzle, so I observe their activities, I observe their progress and looking at what happened in practice. And of course, as the last step is I do reflections. So whether actually the teachers understand and the teacher can use the applications well. Okay, now let us get closer ya, Elvi tadi ya. What to do? Nah, here is the result. Okay. Okay. Now, can you see the app puzzle screen in my screen, Bapak Ibu?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So here is actually the examples of the video that I made. So later on, you simply add content and then you can upload the video or you can record the video or you can find anything here dealing with the video. And simply when you have got the video here, you can always edit here. Like you edit the questions, you edit the grades, and you edit the setting. Okay. So here. Okay. So what is actually the idea of Edpuzzle, Bapak Ibu? Edpuzzle is something like this. Okay, can you hear the cocomelon sound?
Yes.
Okay. So this one is actually the simple model. Okay, wait. Okay, so here is actually the questions. Yeah, multiple choice questions. What is this? So maybe when it comes to the pictures of this one, we are asking the students questions. What is this? Is this the hair or is this a tortoise? I have the skip button here, but in the students sample, the skip button cannot be there. Okay, so you have to answer one. For example, we mentioned tortoise. Okay, so we have to submit. And then when it comes to the question, the answer is correct, so the students will get 100. The teachers can also provide the feedbacks here. For example, the hare and the tortoise, maybe some students are not familiar with this one. Maybe some of them only see that this one is the turtle and the hare is the rabbit. Nah, so we can provide the explanations here. Okay. So basically, in the students mode, later on I will share the link. Yeah, for the students mode, the video will stop, and then the questions appear. And this one is continue.
Whoa. Once there was a very Excuse me, Ibu Shirley. Once there was a very Ibu Shirley.
Okay.
I just want to check, do you share the video? Because the PowerPoint here is coming from Let Us Get Closer.
So that's why I would like you to let me know, yeah, because somehow it is on my screen, but
Yeah.
it's not on your screen.
And it's a part of online activity. Yeah, and that works right now. It's better.
Okay, sorry for the inconvenience, yeah?
No worries.
So basically, we can have the questions in terms of the multiple choice, like how many animals shown in the video. Maybe the teachers have provided the materials about animals and the students have to see how many animals shown in the video. When it comes to, let's say I mentioned 4 and then I submit, and the answer is wrong, so it turns into red, something like this. There is also rewatch. We can watch again to see how many animals are there.
Whoa.
Once there was a very, very speedy hare. Once there was a very, very speedy hare.
Okay, so this one. They may check again. They may check again how many animals are there. So this is the questions. Maybe I would like to share the link first, yeah? So that you can do yourself. I will show you this one. Okay. Now I would like you to, I type the one in the chat box. Okay. Okay, this one, the chat box, yeah. Please go to the link in the chat box, Bapak and Ibu. Okay, so that's the questions, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we got here the link, Ibu, in chat box.
Do you find the link?
Yes. Everyone.
What is the username as the password? I guess you simply click the, what is it? The link and it works, I guess. You need to log into your Gmail account. Have you? Have you, Bapak Ibu? Or maybe you can check it later, yeah? Now I will show you something that is that belongs to the questions of book Elfi, I guess. So let me share the screen one more time. And then this one. So Bapak and Ibu, so what is actually to use the add puzzle is actually like this. So you go to the add content and you can drag your video here. So here I use the choose the file. Let's say here. After choosing the file, there will be uploading files here. Okay, I guess it does need lots of time. But maybe I go here. Nah. Okay. Okay, Bapak and Ibu, maybe you can later on look at the video that I share. Later on, I will share my PowerPoint presentation so that you can try that and know more about that one, because the committee here remind me that maybe I need to short my presentations. Okay, maybe I would like to go to the next one. Here is actually here. There is a questions when it comes that the answer is correct, so it turns into green. When it comes to be red, here is the, what is it, wrong. But when it comes to be graded, here is actually open-ended questions that later on the teacher can see the student's answer. Okay. So here, what is actually the main idea is actually the study revealed that Edpuzzle could track the students' activities at home, insert formative assessment anywhere in the video, provide instant feedback, and the next one is prevent students from skipping. So basically, this is the most important idea because when it comes to video, maybe they can simply play the video and then just stop it. But now by using a puzzle, the students cannot do the skipping. So what can we learn? Actually, technology grows rapidly, so we as teachers, as lecturers should be adaptive and creative. So remember, Bapak Ibu, that today should be better than yesterday and tomorrow should be better than today. Okay, so I guess that's it from my presentations. If you would like to know more about Edpuzzle, so feel free to ask me questions, to text me personally. That's okay. Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Ibu Shirley, for the presentation. Yeah, it's such an... Okay, so we are while waiting for the question from the participants, we go directly into the next presenter, I think. Also, the participant, for online participants, if you have question, you can directly write in the chat box, yeah? We go on the fifth presenter, Bapak Dr. Muzaki Afifuddin, Magister of Education. Please give applause. And he is here right now with us. Let me read a short bio from him. So he was graduated from Erlangga University in English Literature, and he got his master degree in State University of Malam as well as the doctoral degree in English Education. So for your information, Pak Muzaki, that our students actually are also, some of our students are coming from literature class as well here. So I think it's a good time for you to learn from the expert, yeah? And I directly would like to invite Bapak Dr. Muzaki Afifuddin, Magister of Education, to give the presentation. You have the time. Give applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so can you share my PowerPoint? Do you have it? Okay. Okay, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So actually this is a very important day for me to share you a part of my dissertation actually. So this is actually part of my dissertation, that this is the first time I share for everybody who is actually interested in what I studied, what I made in my dissertation. Okay, I focused on literary competence. So can you share the next screen? Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, so this is a few of my, how do you say, my credentials, yeah? So you can email me if you have any questions later. So, well, what I did in my dissertation is that I did a qualitative research. It's kind of a case study. I made a lot of observations and a lot of interviews and reading students, reader responses. So this is what I want to share to you, is actually what I found, what I made, also what I developed from a certain kind of theory that I found when I was actually teaching literature. Yes, since I'm a lecturer of literature in UIN Maulana Malik Ibrahim Malang, so I was really interested on how actually students interpret. How do we interpret literature? So that's why I came to Jonathan Kuller, literary competence. That's I was interested in literary competence before I found out that CEFR, if you also learn about CEFR, in 2018 developed also, especially in reading for leisure activity, there is a kind of rubrics that you can also assess yourself related to literary text. So this is in CEFR 2018. If you really later want to Google for it, just go for it, yeah. Okay, so literary competence was introduced by Jonathan Kuller. So it actually refers to, a person's implicit internalized knowledge of rules of literature. Actually, we all have it Yeah, we all have this kind of competence actually. So, however, sometimes what cannot be assessed is that how personal is it? For example, how sometimes difficult to find interpretation. Sometimes even we as Indonesian, sometimes it's going to be difficult for us to read literary text from America, literary text from especially from English as a first speaking countries, for example. So sometimes it's difficult for us to interpret the words. Yeah, we just try to understand it as much as we can. So that's why sometimes we find ourselves demystifying the text. Sometimes we find ourselves develop our own interpretation, which is in another way, it's actually good. Because once again, if I followed the theory by Spiro in 1991, yeah, she developed a kind of definition that is actually more holistic about what is actually within these, literary competence. So in my dissertation then, while I was doing observation, since doing observation needs rubrics, since doing observation needs assessment, that's why I developed certain kind of these behaviors, indicators, variables. I developed this. Yeah. So what Spiro mentioned, for example, like in the first one, informed appreciations of literature. So I try to find what are the variables within this. Yeah. And then what kind of indicators can I find from my students' papers, for example. And then I also try to find the behaviors. So this is for students, for teachers of English lecturers, English literature lecturers, I'm sorry. I'm nervous. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, so I hope that this is clear for you to understand, that this is actually the way I also try to make it clear to myself. Once again, this is I'm still developing this, even though my study is, I have already graduated from doctoral degree, but still I am trying to, develop this more into more research or more studies. So this is one of the examples of the, dimensions. Yeah, I mentioned it's the dimensions. Making this kind of thing is, I learned from the late Professor Gunadi. I learned from the late Professor Gunadi. I learned how to make this dimension, variables, indicators, and behaviors. So I guess this is also a kind of a privilege for me to commemorate also almarhum Prof. Gunadi. Okay, so can you show us the next one, please? Yeah, so there are lots of variables. I'm sorry, can you just move on to the next one because my time is limited. Yeah, so, okay. We have dimensions, ability to analyze and define responses in literature. The next one we have, what else? Ability to relate literature to one's personal experience and empathize with the text. And then we have also ability to place literature within a wider sociocultural linguistic context. And the last one is enjoyment of literature. Even enjoyment of literature is important. Yeah. So when you show yourself enjoying literature, how can you? You can also assess that. You can also read that from your students' papers. So what I did was in this paper, I hope that this paper is going to be published by Gilles, Amin, yeah. so that you can read them, yeah. So can you show us the next slide? Okay, this next slide is actually a data that I took from one of my students, from not my students actually. I took the data from the fourth semester students and the sixth semester students. So there are two classes. The first one is the basic analysis of English prose. Yeah, it's for the fourth semester. While the other class is the advanced analysis of English poetry. It's for the sixth semester. So at that time, since it wasn't before the pandemic, so I can come into the classroom, I can record record video, I can interview, I can take the students' paper. So even though once again, when you see this, actually you can do this anytime. Yeah, just if you from WhatsApp, for example, you ask your question to your students, please answer this question: what is the character? Who is the character? The main character of the novel, for example. Who is the what do you think is the characterization of the character, for example? So, yeah, in this specific, can you stop this? Yeah, okay. In this specific data, yes, in this specific data, I see that the student is actually trying to follow a certain kind of dimension that I mentioned, which is actually ability to ability to analyze and define responses in literature. This is also one of the the skills that from the literary competence by Spiro. So, however, when I read them, yeah, and then when she, I think it was a she. Yeah, when she wrote the word us, the word we here, I found out that actually this is actually how Indonesian commonly use the word we. Yeah, you know, Indonesian likes to use the word we. Yeah, kita selalu misalnya. So I heard Bu Afifi previously also said we. So it's actually something that is within us. Actually, this is more sociocultural bound. That we are actually, it's related to what cultural values is related to what is called as collectivism. It's a theory mentioned by Hofstede in 2011. Yeah, so this kind of thing is actually related to, okay, so this student is actually trying to also engage herself within the analysis. He's trying to put himself, okay, so even though this is also something that what I read is a certain kind of literary competence, which is actually ability to relate literature to one's personal experience and to empathize with the text. Yeah, so yeah, this is how sometimes Indonesians like to empathize, right? Empathize with someone. Sometimes they like to, okay, if you feel hungry, okay, let's just go together to eat, even though you're not hungry, but your friend is hungry. So sometimes we like to do that. Okay, so another example. Can you move to the next one? Yeah. Oh, this is too small. Okay, next one. Yeah, okay, so for example, this is also they make posters and then they try to provide analysis of a poem of, I think it was the poem of, I'm sorry, I do not remember. Yeah, so, okay, the Viper Tells a Rhyme Tale, yeah, by Marty Brown. It's actually a poem by The Viper Tells a Rhyme Tale by Marty Brown. So the group tries to, provide Marxist literary criticism. Yeah. So, however, in the process, they also include themselves within the analysis. Yeah, even though this is, once again, this is a very Indonesian way of sometimes we are trying to be polite sometimes. We rarely use I. Yeah, Indonesians rarely use I, but usually sometimes to be polite we use we. Yeah. Yeah, so this is also something that is actually very interesting that I found. So this is, however, a kind of bias, yeah. So from the analysis, so some texts, especially the small ones, when you read, when you saw the slide previously, it was the most accurate in analysis, yeah. But because he doesn't want to, he really tried to exclude himself within the analysis. He doesn't use we. He just mentioned the word I think, and then so on. Things like that. So it doesn't mean that it is good, but once again, so sometimes that's why in my dissertation, what I mentioned is that I also, propose Spiro's ideas about that we instructors should scheme, should prioritize which skills, what kind of skills. If you're reading literature, if you're teaching literature to students, for example, so what kind of skills do you want to actually share to your students? What do you want to assess from your students? For example, if you want to only assess their knowledge of characterization, so okay, so which part of the characterization should I take the assessment of? And then, for example, like you want to know how they enjoy literary text, for example. So this is also something that is also interesting, because from what I found, this study assumes that, my study assumes that, the instructors, my friends, the instructors, and also these students, since they are also familiar with the first language literature, so they actually have this kind of literary competence in the first language. So there is a kind of, transfer from the first language into the second language literature. Even though this kind of transfer sometimes, there is a kind of intercultural process. This is something that we also are now familiar with, intercultural learning, interculturality. So there is also a certain kind of intercultural process in the process of interpreting literary text. So so this is what, once again, if you later on can get a grab of my paper, hopefully, So the conclusion is from this paper is that what I would like to share to you is that this assessing literary reader responses, assessing reader responses from the students is actually easy. If we know where write their responses. So just see their grammar. So but sometimes when I when I teach, sometimes the bias are more interesting. Some interpretation provide biases that I can learn from the students. Oh, this student is like, I think this student is psychologically like this. I think this student is psychologically like that. Because the choices of the words, once again, your choices of the words, students, can also show who you are. So that's why you need to be careful. You need to be careful. So, and also later on when you are trying to assess any kind of literary text reader responses, because once again, what we need to understand, literary text may trigger things, psychological things, whether it is trauma, so when you see movies, for example, sometimes you are traumatic, you like horror movies, for example, so even though you're scared, but you have trauma. So when you read literary text which is horror, for example, sometimes you feel scared. That's also related to trauma. So lots of things, sad things, happy things. So there are lots of things that can be triggered from literary text. So, well, I hope from this presentation, I also can encourage you to read more literary text. I encourage myself too. So let's read more literary text. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Muzaki, for the great presentation. Before we go to the last speaker, I would like to welcome all the participants. If maybe you have a question, or let me check here in chat box. Okay. For the online participants, you can ask the question directly via live Zoom, if maybe you have a question. So we're going to go to the last speaker of the conference today. Ibu Eva Emaliana is still on the preparation. Let me read the biography of Ibu Eva. She is a lecturer in State University of Malang. And, oh, sorry. She got her bachelor degree from State University of Malang, and as well as her master degree and doctoral degree, in English education. And she is now English lecturer at Brawijaya University of Malang. It seems like Malang and Kediri like a best friend, yeah? Always. Always. So, she's going to talk about promoting digital citizenships through implementing GETSI in ELT. And for the presenters, please welcome Ibu Eva Emaliana. Give applause.
Enggak apa-apa, mantul. Terus dua roti Bu ya. Ibu udah bawa mikrofon belum? Oh belum.
Alright, so Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, well, I'm the sixth presenter. Whoa, this is the last one, yeah. Hopefully everyone here are still in a very good condition today, offline, and whether you're online here. Well, first thing first, actually, it's been a pleasure, and also it's grateful, yeah. I would like to thank God because this opportunity. And then second of all, I would like to, well, actually, the presenters' topics are quite related to what I'm going to talk about today. Yeah, but first thing first, ladies and gentlemen, so I would like, in this very moment, I would like to present about promoting digital citizenship education. Well, and also we can do that by mainstreaming what is so-called as GETSI in English language teaching. So what is actually GETSI here? Anyone? GETSI, exactly. So it deals with gender, equality, social inclusion things. But we are going to talk about that related to the teaching of English language teaching. But first thing first, yeah, I think it's been a while you've listened to us, all the presenters here. So let's have some activities similar to what Bu Shirley has done. But now I would like to use Slido. So I would like you to prepare your cell phone. And then I would like you to scan the barcode. Not the barcode, the QR code. Okay. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to scan the barcode. Yes. Tadi Bu Shirley used quizzes. Now I'm using Slido. Well, we are going to talk about post-COVID-19 pandemic situation. We are going to focus on the characteristic of the people, the students, the teacher also. Okay, ready? Okay, so this is the first question. Oh. Okay. Could you please answer the questions? Can you get it? You can use the barcode over there. Oh, sorry, the QR code. Or you can have Slido. You can go to slido.com and then enter the code ICELT. Yeah. You can go to slido.com and enter the code ICELT. Can you? Okay. So can you start to answer the question? Okay, some of you answered the question. 2 participants typing. Anyone wants to say something about this directly? Anyone? Ada yang mau mencoba menjawab secara langsung di sini? Yes, ma'am. Okay. So, would you please elaborate? Why culture, ma'am?
In my opinion, in studying foreign language, we have to study culture also. So, what should be changed in our mind is cultural understanding, not only the language.
Well, the question is actually related to post-pandemic situation. All right, so what changes actually occur in relate to, but that's fine, ma'am. I would like to appreciate your answer. Moment, please. So I would like you to receive my gift for you. Ibu. That's one of my book, yeah. All right, so yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. So what changes, I think, is related to the learning media we use in the classroom, especially after pandemic. Yes, thank you.
Right. Thank you very much with Ibu Nuri. Ibu Nuri, thank you very much. So one of the things that is we use media a lot. We use media online a lot. And this is for you, Ibu. You're most welcome. All right, so, okay, thank you. Now we move to the next part. So the next question is actually what habits or activities will be done in this post-pandemic era. Actually, the things that is done continuously. Yeah. You know, Bu Shirley has mentioned too, yeah, before the pandemic, what we did, and then during the pandemic situation, students and teachers were actually, can I say were? Can we say that we passed this pandemic situation, yeah? Bismillah, yeah? I mean, all right. So, well, we did what is so-called internet so much. Some teachers, you know, posted in TikTok even. Yeah, and also use edu puzzle like Bu Shirley has done, yeah, kan? And then, nah, we are doing it now using Zoom, right? And I just early in the morning, I just met Pak Faruk, if I'm not mistaken, and we talk about pembekalan KKN is done online. We are doing it. Although we finish, I mean, we go to the post-pandemic situation. Maybe some of the students here who are active in students association, yeah, maybe if you find difficulty in arranging what is called a schedule for a meeting, you can use Zoom meeting instead, yeah, for as a solution maybe. All right, thank you very much. Okay, 29 students, 30. And keep counting maybe, yeah. 70% mentioned using internet to find information, and then 48% talking about the using online learning application such as EduPuzzle and so on and so forth. And then we have, using video conferencing. And then, as I approved it actually just now, I ask you, everyone here in the room, to scan the barcode, and everyone knows. Well, to make it, sorry, I have a cough a little bit. Is it okay for me to drink for a bit?
And also for all the presenters, you may eat and drink, yeah? Do you still have snack with you? Okay.
Thank you. And what I would like to emphasize here is that when we are having digital literacy, we can do what is so-called teaching and learning process safely. We also need to consider when we are trying to upload the students' work in the internet. Yeah. Well, one thing that I concern is that when you are trying to teach descriptive text, for example, you ask the students to mention their personal information, and then it's nice, right, to upload, well, their speaking or written text, yeah, of the students in the internet using IGTV or TikTok even, yeah, or YouTube. Yeah, we need to consider as teachers whether we need to do that or not, because it deals with what is so-called as digital literacy. Yeah, we need to make, because the teacher is the one who put the role model towards the students. Yeah, so we need to be very careful. Yeah, well, yeah, online learning, we embrace that, and then we glorify that, but then we need to be very careful with that. Okay, well, that's thing, actually. Now, why it is so important for us to have this digital citizenship? Well, this is simply, I can say that we put civics education deals with digital things. Yeah. Well, kewarganegaraan, civics courses or civics lesson, but it deals with the digital citizenship. This is that I would like to propose. Well, actually, it's not my own idea, but it's actually originally come from UNESCO that brought up this since some years ago. Yeah. So then, why we as citizens needs to have this, so that we don't embrace what is so-called garbage in, garbage out. We don't need to have our students to find information from solely from only one sources in the internet, unless we just call that garbage in, garbage out. Everything in the internet is not always good, right? Sometimes we over-glorified about that. The internet saja, fine in the internet. But it's not really, well, I do believe every one of us nowadays believe that not everything in the internet is true. That's why we don't want garbage in, garbage out things. Yeah, I would like to mention that this is actually one of the popular saying that is mentioned by Professor late Pak Gunadi. Yeah, beware of garbage in, garbage out. Okay. Okay. One thing, digital citizenship education is quite important so that we can encourage our students to have online proficiency, whether they will have engagement in the in the online setting, online learning, or daily basis, so that they will represent the focus, yeah, in the positive way. Maybe we still remember who is Pak Ridwan Kamil's son who passed away? Exactly. Do you still remember that Indonesian netizen put the low rate for Google Maps for Sungai Are? Come on, what for? Yeah, this is an Indonesian citizen. I mean, Indonesian netizen, our netizen bring this, yeah, into, yeah, they have a lot of participation on that. Yeah, this is actually show that we need what is so-called, this is a kind of urgent for us to bring up what is so-called digital citizenship education towards learning, especially in English language teaching. Gitu. Yeah, we don't have, yeah. What for you did that? No use, right? It will help, you will not help Pak Ridwan Kamil to find Ariel in the end of the day. And, well, you know, body shaming, ancaman pidana bagi netizen yang berkomentar body shaming. This is a good thing from the government. They put that kind of law over there so that hate speech in the form of anything, including body shaming, can be avoided. Yeah. And next, this is a very recent case, I think. Some days ago, probably every one of us here heard the information about Mashanda. Yeah. Nah, which side are you? Nah, ini kan ya. If you try to find information not solely from one source, you try to have a multiply information other than this one, it means that you have a very good digital literacy. But if you are focusing only for one source or one side even, ini udah paling benar. No, please don't do that. And we need to encourage our students not only find information through one source only. So that this leads, this is small things, trivia things, but it matters in relation to digital citizenship education. Well, that's about our condition now. I would like a little bit speed up on these things. Well, education, digital citizen education concepts. Well, what are the concepts? So we have three things here. First is try to respect for self, for ourselves, and for other people. Okay? By having or a good digital access over here, so that in order to have to select appropriate sites, maybe we can find, if we are teacher, we can have some suggested sites to visit in order to finish the assignment, for example. And then digital etiquette. Here we know that when we are having Zoom meeting, usually there are what is so called as netiquette. Usually first, when you want to ask question, you can put the button, push the button of raise hand. After that we can speak. After the moderator asks us to speak, things like that. Yeah, so, and we put our position to be mute so that it will not disturb the other. So this is a part of digital etiquette. And then digital law, as we have mentioned. So you can see that what is so called as body shaming, that's only one example. That is put a law in order to protect the citizens not to do what is so called as a hate comment, for example. And next, we need to have self-education and connecting with other people. Well, digital communication, WhatsApp, for example. Well, because the students have these 2 years lost learning, face-to-face learning, so probably it's okay for us as a teacher to give the student example on how to communicate to the teacher or to the lecturer appropriately, though it is written communication. Yeah, we as a teacher, we need to give example to them even. Because if we just talk to them, it's not appropriate, they will ask which one is more appropriate. So example is the answer, I think. And then digital literacy, we've talked about it. And then digital commerce, well, it deals with the advertisement Yeah. And then, well, or maybe we can talk about, for example, media or learning media or learning materials online, which one is appropriate and which one is not appropriate. We can talk about the age restriction or age limitation here, yeah, and the awareness in order to protect this, the students with particular age is very needed, especially for us who are teachers for junior high school or elementary school, for example. Yeah. And then we have digital rights and responsibility, and then digital security and digital health and wellness to protect self and other people. Nowadays, especially related to the health and wellness, is that sometimes people are a youth, yeah, try to say the words insecure. You know, this is very well-known words nowadays, insecure. And then this goes insecure because of mau diayun dia. This is happening, right? And please correct me if I'm wrong, these people are glorifying, I mean, in a sense that they have a kind of community, particular community, informal one, to say that, well, I'm insecure in this way. Now, these things actually interesting for us as a teacher, as an English teacher. We can also say this. I mean, we can discuss this in our teaching and learning process through the materials, through the way we teach to them, our approach to them, for example, us as the role model in the classroom, because we soon have this face-to-face classroom, right? So this is very important. We need to know that these cases exist in the society. This happened because of the pandemic. The students exposed more to the internet compared to the real life. Some of my students in the university say that, don't you activate your Instagram? No ma'am, saya lagi puasa sosmed. Segitunya ya. But this is happening, and this is very serious to the students nowadays. We need to be aware of that. Metaverse, have you heard this? Have you watched Metaverse of Madness movie? People are trying to buy currency or clothes or housing or land digitally. We are facing to this, yeah, internet things, yeah, internet of things. We need to be aware of this, and we need to bring up this to the classroom, I think. Okay then, well, then the question is, why KEDSI? Why gender equality, disability, and social inclusion to solve this problem? Because when we aware of gender equality, we know that there are some people who are disabled, and then when we know that all the races here are equal, actually it can bring what is so called as compassion, so that it will minimize what is so called as negativity that happens like hate speech through the internet. Okay, let me try to give example on how to implement that in pedagogical things, especially in English language teaching. First thing first, gender equality. Well, this is based on my research, yeah, with my partner, Bu Architusita. We discuss about, we evaluate the textbook, yeah. We use, first, we try to do what is so called as corpus linguistic tools, and then we try to find the visual one. Yeah, we inspect the visual one. We found out that for textbook, which is used compulsory book for junior high school up to the senior high school, actually still a lack of what is so called as gender equality. Simply, when you put the picture of the students, usually we have the pictures, the condition is that the mother is very busy cooking, and then the father sitting in the sitting room. Well, it's okay to put that. But in the other way around, we can have like, it's okay to cook together with the family where the father, mother, and the children are working together. So we need to be, we need to select this a kind of books or textbook so that the students are exposed. Oh yeah, there is a kind of gender equality that can be done through domestic things. In other words, besides that, well, because we are teaching English, now we are nowadays try to use non-sexist language or words. Instead of saying stewardess or steward, we tend to use flight attendant in order to promote what is so-called as gender equality, to refer to someone who help us in the plane. Yeah, it's better for us, the teachers, to use the word flight attendant, shopkeeper. Well, not waiter, waitress. Yeah, server. Nowadays we use that. So this kind of things is actually a part of gender equality that can bring up through textbook, actually. Next thing is that about disability awareness, okay? Well, beside disability awareness, I would like first talk about the learning style. Nowadays, it is very famous with teaching and learning differentiation. Curriculum Merdeka. I think it is very close to this one, right? We need to, but this is, I think, not something that is quite new, but we need to remember that our students are having different characteristics, so we need to try hard to modify the materials or teaching media which can refer to their learning styles. The other one we can talk about, when we are talking about disability awareness, we talk about what is so-called as universal design for learning. This is also another research interest that I took for some years. Yeah. Well, I think, I do hope, yeah, in this university, do you have friends who are blind? Yeah. Or having physical disabilities? Not yet, yeah? Well, actually, nowadays in university or higher level of education, all the students with this disability can enter university. So, in my study program, English language education, we have blind students there. So that we need to modify yes, blind. So we need to modify the learning materials which are accessible for them. Gimana caranya? We did what is so-called as research, and then the product of the research, one of it is, yes, thank you. Well, this is the result among guru. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It's very crowded over there. I just realized that. Shameful. Okay, so you can actually go to this site. This is a part of our result of the research here. Among.guru, you can have some video that we made, and also teaching materials that is accessible for the blind students in this case. The material will be like this. This is, I don't know, yeah, can you hear any voice? No, yeah. I would like to give you examples here. This is actually another example from journal. Actually, you can listen to this. Gak kedengeran ya?
Full article. Figures and data. References. Citations. Metrics. Licensing. Reprints and permissions. PDF EPUB. Abstract. Teachers' epistemic beliefs may have consequences for their pedagogical.
What I would like to emphasize is that we provide this kind of material so that not only for students who are not blind, but we can have the students who are blind to access our materials, yeah, through this kind of accommodation. And again, in my class, usually there is a physical disability students who wore a wheelchair. So when we are having this grouping, we need to be, it's okay. Whenever we are having grouping, we are usually move the students here, there, and everywhere, right? But we can have these students with the disability a kind of accommodation, so we don't ask them to go in front of the class. Instead of that, as a teacher, we can go nearer to the students. This part of accessible, this kind of accommodation is actually can be done in order to have what is so called as, nah ini tadi, differentiation of the students with the learning disability. Well, social inclusion now. Can you find the differences between those pictures? Yeah, because I'm in KEDIRI, so I'm using that. Yeah, in order to have this social inclusion, we need to make our students know with the diversity and also compassion through intercultural communication competence. The materials can be from the targeted language, or from Indonesia, or other countries. Yeah, this is common actually, and the purpose is actually for having this social inclusion. Last part, actually what we are doing here is that GETC can be done through character building, or in our newest curriculum now, we have Pelajar Pancasila. Whenever we are doing that, actually we unintentionally, indirectly, we try to implement what is so called as GETC. Okay. The last part is that compassion. Well, actually, that's it. In order, as a teacher, in the teaching and learning process in the classroom, compassion is going to be a great deal here. Okay, so I think that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. And I'm still have 2 books here. I'm waiting for people who wants to give the gift for me by asking question.
Wow,
Thank you
that's
very
interesting.
much.
Oh, there are 2 people raise the hand. Directly responded by the participant.
Okay, thank you, Miss. No, I have question for you, Miss. We are as the digital civilization, and what should we do first for teaching? We are teacher in the school. Thank you.
You are? What is your name? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ulil, for the question. Well, the things that I would like to say is that in order to have this digital citizenship awareness, I think at least, maybe I've already said it previously, whenever we upload the students' work, be careful with their identity. Okay, that's it. We need to protect, their identity. We need to consider. We know that maybe some of the teachers here are also YouTuber. In order to have the AdSense, maybe you need that. But then we need to reconsider, the student's identity here. And then second of all, differentiation, in the classroom differentiation. Although we are teaching English, we can have this kind of materials which are showing us gender equality. For example, we can select the words that is non-sexist language, especially when we are teaching English, we're not talking about other language, but English. And then the picture, we need to be more equal, equity here. We can have, sometimes the pictures that I've got in the front, the students who are considered smart usually pictured by male students. Biasanya ilustrasi yang angkat tangan considered as smart one is the male students. It's okay to have the illustration in the book, in the textbook, male or female students. It's going to be fine. And then again, in order to have this diversity, it is always, we need not only expose the students with the material, with the foreign culture only. Indonesian culture is okay to be exposed there. We have a lot of race here with a lot of culture. In order to make the students see, well, we have diversity, things like that. Later we will talk about it. It's a long way to go there. Okay, thank you actually. Ulil. Yes. Okay, this is where you arrive. Okay, one more.
Okay.
Okay.
I think, the girl who raises the hand.
Hello, Ibu Iva. I'm Rika Nisotul Aulia from IAIN KEDIRI, the last semester. And then, may I have two questions for you? Sure. Okay. Or never mind. I don't. Actually, I don't need the book, but I just want to ask you. Okay. The first one is how to instill critical thinking for children to be part of good digital citizenship. Because I listened to your explanation at the previous that not only how to educate the students, the children to be not garbage in, not garbage out only. And then the second question is what should the pre-service teachers do to enrich their creativeness to make the students aware to the citizenship in the part of literacy, understanding, and competence, besides providing the textbook only. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for a very great questions. Thank you. All right. I think we can answer the question by having a research together, maybe, joint research, Well, this is very interesting. For the first one is how to raise the critical thinkings during doing internet things, right? Maybe things like that. So first thing first is that whenever we have, okay, it's about the textbook, yeah. Next of all, if you are having the chit chat in the classroom or a discussion, yeah, you can have like a teaching strategy. Yeah, whenever you are not only textbook, maybe you can have, we can train the students by this particular teaching strategy. Well, actually, this is based on my classroom action research. The name is nominal group technique. Okay, have you ever heard that? Just now, okay. So let me try to explain. So in this nominal group technique, we ask the students to read or have the materials, and then we ask the students to, well, basically it's a kind of discussion, but all participants' opinion matters. Okay, so we don't only hear who wants to give response from us. No, we're not doing that. But we are encourage the students to speak, to discuss. So everyone should have their turn taking to talk, because they will read from many resources and they will, you know, discuss there, and then they will decide 3 top argument for a particular topic. Well, this is also, there are some steps, yeah, there are 5 steps of doing this. How would you do argument? There are several things in order to have a good argument. First, you need to bring up the background. Next, you need to have this kind of flipping things that become your main ideas. And the third, yeah, you put the link together with the evidence, and then that's a part of having a kind of argument. So the way we have, beside having a good textbook, our teaching and learning strategies or process in the classroom matters. Yeah, the specific one. Well, I've got the book about NGT, nominal group technique. Actually, well, there are specific steps to do that in the classroom. Maybe I will send you later if you're interested on that. So that's a part of the things to create the students' critical thinking in the classroom. Whenever the students get accustomed to this habit, I think whenever they are browse the internet, they will have a kind of question in the mind. Is that one particular information true? So he or she will go to the next step of NGT. Apa nih harus to confirmnya dengan cara apa nih? For example, like that. Then he or she will try to find another sources to strengthen the first information or he or she has taken. So, yeah, later, there's a lot of steps over there, but we can talk about it later. Next is about pre-service teachers in order. Oh, so how to teach for a novice teacher. Yeah. Okay. So literacy here, what do you mean? Is it about reading, writing and reading? Oh. Yeah, well, okay, this is very interesting, yeah. Yeah, how to avoid garbage in, garbage out, yeah. Maybe first thing first, we need to say that in order to find information or sources, it's supposed to be sources that cannot be easily edited. Wikipedia, everyone can edit that. So in the classroom, whenever we ask our students to do the work, so we ask them not to have additional information from Wikipedia. Now, for example, like that. So you can have, for example, when we are talking about this S1 students, so you can have reputable sources For example, you can mention, for example, BBC, well, I don't know, Reader Digest, or even from articles, yeah, as Bu Vivi has mentioned. Well, the articles, reputable articles, we have it where it is Sinta indexed, yeah. So you can ask the student, direct the students that way, academically. All right. So we cannot cite from blog. Everyone can write blog, ya kan? And everyone can have any opinion about anything, and they are assuming that they are expert on these things, gitu kan ya? Well, that's the thing that I would like to share a little bit about it. So, when we are asked the students to access the information, we should also have this kind of suggested link or suggested sources that you can take whenever you do this task, things like that. Yeah, exactly. Instruction or guide, and also guide, apalagi satunya accommodation. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so finally that was the last presentation from our speakers, and all the speakers, I mean, really give a valuable knowledge for us, and we thank you very much for that. And this is the end of the plenary session, and let us once again give applause for the speakers. Actually, there are some questions in the chat box I see here, but you can contact directly to the speaker to have a direct answer. Also, I would like to thank you to all the online participants who joined today. And right after, I would like to give you a reminder about the link of the certificate for the presenters. We have already shared the link of the certificate via WhatsApp group, right? So stay tuned and check it out. You can download the link of the e-certificate for all the presenters in WhatsApp group. And actually, for first, my announcement will go to the offline presenters, and the second is the online presenter for the parallel session. So right after, we're going to have a parallel session for offline presenters. The room is upstairs, so we have the second and third floor. Please find out upstairs, and then you can have time to take a break and pray, of course. And also for online presenters, the host will go to the breakout room, I think. You think you're ready? Yes? Let's go. Actually, we are going to start the parallel session at 1 o'clock. So kindly and patiently wait for a minute for the preparation. But I think our moderators are already in online room. So here we go. Okay, then patiently and kindly wait at least, yeah? Yes, for sure. Oh yeah, I forgot. This is super Indonesian culture, yeah? Let's go to take a picture for whoever wants to take a picture with the speakers. Not with me, yeah? No, okay. Please come, yeah. For online presenters, please wait a minute. The host will make the breakout room, and whenever the breakout room is ready, you can directly go into. Thank you.